It's been a long day for many of them. Some have been here as early as 7 a.m. just to exercise their civil rights to vote. And the process so far has been peaceful in terms of security. We haven't witnessed breach of security yet. And what we have seen is that voters are on queue, eager, desperate to cast their vote. There's one domestic election observer here who has also been observing the process, and he's just going to be telling us about what they have observed so far. Yeah, good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon.
It's been a long day.
Indeed, it has been. Thank you so very much.
So what's your name and what organization are you representing?
Okay, so thank you. My name is Dr. Mukola Jibara. I'm the General Secretary of the Nigerian Bar Association, and I'm here along with other members of the association from across the country to observe the election. In fact, the NBA has declared about 40 of its members across the length and breadth of the states to monitor this election. We are currently in Ede South of the state.
Okay, so here at Unit 008, Ward 4, what have you observed so far? We see that there are a lot of voters here and they want to exercise their franchise. We hear a lot of noises. It does look like the place is a bit rowdy, uncoordinated, based on what we have seen. But what are your own observations?
Okay, so let me substitute the words rowdiness that you have used for something else. And I think it's excitement about the voters around here. Because what we have, the first thing you observe, particularly in this part of the state, Ede South, is that there's large voter turnout. From the various units we have visited, I must say we have seen peace, we have seen orderliness, and we have seen large voter turnouts across the length and breadth of the local governments. That's Ede South. We are also in Ede North. We have also been to Ede North. But the one challenge that I think they have been complaining about in most of the polling units that we have visited is the issue they are having with the beavers machine, to the extent that it has continued to fail to capture fingerprints. So in all the various polling units that we have visited, the extent to which they have been able to use the beavers machine is that they have only been able to capture voters by facial recognition. When they try to use the fingerprints, it does not work. So, but in the totality, I think the process has been seamless, has been peaceful, and has been orderly. Yeah.
Earlier, when we were having a side talk, you were mentioning voter intimidation and all of that, but you haven't said anything about that.
Yes, I'm going to say to the extent that, well, this is the first polling unit where I've noticed it since I have been. And in fact, I called the attention of the security agents to that effect, that party agents should not be allowed to be seeing the voters, how and where they vote. Because I want to believe that by doing that, some of the voters will be feeling intimidated to the extent that people are watching them and seeing where they are voting. So I think it's it makes the system that we call secret ballot a little bit of ridiculous if agents of parties are watching the voters as they vote. That's why I said, well, I think this might be some kind of voter intimidation.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Mobolaji, for your take. We do appreciate you. So you've heard from a domestic observer about their own view. As I said earlier, so far so good. There hasn't been any case of security breach. We have seen security personnel going around trying to ensure that everything goes smoothly. And we have here a commander of the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps, who is here, Mr. Ojelabi, who has also been going around. I see that you have been going around.
Yes, we've been going around since around 5 a.m. and we visited many of the police stations. The story has been the same. Everywhere is cool, peaceful, and so on.
Earlier, when we interviewed the incumbent governor, he did raise concern about instances or reports that he has received pertaining, security agencies tear gassing voters and trying to disperse them and discouraging them from exercising their civil right. What do you have to say on that?
To the best of my knowledge, I've been on the field since more, like I told you earlier, since 5 a.m. we've been on the field. I've not seen anyone. I've not experienced one either. Rather, I've been seeing the policemen, the army, the civil defense, and other security agencies working together as a family. And the people we interacted with, no one has recorded or informed us of any such an occasion anywhere, to the best of my knowledge.
Have you also seen cases of people trying to intimidate voters? Have you recorded that? Just, alluding to what the last person I interviewed said.
To me, so far so good. I've not seen anybody being intimidated.
So you've not made any arrest of any possible culprit here?
Not at all. Concerning the area of my coverage, since I've been out since 5 a.m., from Osogbo to Ife we are now currently in Ede. So I've not seen anyone. Rather, I've been meeting the security personnel, the military, the civil defense, the police, and so on. I freely interacted with them, and freely they told me areas, as usual, come and kill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ojelabi. Thank you for your contribution to what we're doing right here in Osun State. Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
All right.
Bye for now.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so that's it. You've also heard from observers, you have heard from security agencies. So let's just look at the general atmosphere of what's happening. You can see here, voters are, getting their ballot papers to proceed and cast their vote. And all right, so and that's it. We would continue for you to see what's happening. Just stay tuned on channels. Stay tuned to Channels Television as we continue to bring you live broadcast of this governorship election in Osun State.
far. I will continue.
If you call her something, but you come back and tell me again. You don't go and call her and so you are reporting me or something.
Guys, madam, take this somebody. Guys, that place. The way you explain this but let it be white shorts.
Did it show that I edited that I don't need to enter. I'll just be running commentary on the background. I'm not entering there. For now, just concern me. Let me fight your mic.
You've been watching the live broadcast of the Osun Governorship election. Here we are in Ede South, particularly Anolu Junction, Unit 008, Alajuwe 1, Ward 4 in Ede South. And voting is still ongoing. Voters have turned out in their numbers. Hundreds of them have turned out. Men, women, the elderly, including persons with disability, have turned out to exercise their franchise because they believe that their votes count. The process has been orderly. There hasn't been any breakdown of law and order as much as we have observed yet. And from the reports of local and international observers on ground, there hasn't been any form of violence yet here in Ede, and hopefully things continue that way. We've also seen that security patrol has intensified both on the land and in the air. We have seen trucks of military trucks and that of the police, as well as the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps, who have been patrolling major streets in Ede here to ensure that things go smoothly. We've also seen the police helicopter hovering in the sky, giving backup to the land operations. And so things are going on right now. Voters are being ordered to stay in the queue and ensure that they do not, disrupt the process. Security personnel are ensuring that happens. Election officers are also, making sure that things go well. Apart from the complaints that we have heard, pockets of complaints about the beavers not capturing faces on time, there hasn't been any major concern yet as far as Ede is concerned. So we are here, and just keep watching Channels Television as we bring you live broadcast of the Osun Governorship election 2026.
I will. wọ́n ní ẹ̀yà kó lójú ọ̀nà o, wọ́n sì lọ́wọ́ látọ̀gọ́ o.
Ọkọ̀ máa bọ̀.
Wọ́n ní o.
Wọ́n ní kẹ́bá fídíò, wọ́n ní kẹ́bá kàmẹ́rà wọn. Wọ́n ní kẹ́bá kàmẹ́rà, wọ́n ní kẹ́bá kàmẹ́rà.
Humble. Thank you.
Well, we like you. We don't like you.
You don't think that you I can't tell you, come on. I don't know.
They say
detrimental to the country.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So the among the 5 issues that you raised, you did ask that you want the National Assembly to reconvene. Why? Because right now you guys are on recess. Why is it urgent?
I think the matters.
What are the issues?
Yes, the matters of concern in Nigeria today, they are growing by the day. They are not abating. They are growing. Why sometimes we take one step forward, we take 3, backwards. If we take the case of our security situation, we are not getting better. We are happy that recently we got some successes in Oyo.
The length and breadth of the local governments. That's Ede South. We are also in Ede North. We have also been to Ede North. But the one challenge that I think they have been complaining about in most of the polling units that we have visited is the issue they are having with the Beavers machine, to the extent that it has continued to fail to capture fingerprints. So in all the various polling units that we have visited, the extent to which they have been able to use the Beavers machine is that they have only been able to capture voters by facial recognition. When they try to use the fingerprints, it does not work. So, but in the totality, I think the process has been seamless, has been peaceful, and has been orderly.
Earlier, when we were having a side talk, you were mentioning voter intimidation and all of that, but you haven't said anything about that.
Yes, I'm going to say to the extent that, well, this is the first polling unit where I've noticed it since I have been, and in fact, I called the attention of the security agents to that effect, that party agents should not be allowed to be seeing the voters, how and where they vote. Because I want to believe that by doing that, some of the voters will be feeling intimidated to the extent that people are watching them and seeing where they are voting. So I think it makes the system that we call secret ballot a little bit of ridiculous. If agents of parties are watching the voters as they vote, that's why I said, well, I think this might be some kind of voter intimidation.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Mobolaji, for your take. We do appreciate you. So you've heard from a domestic observer about their own view. As I said earlier, so far so good. There hasn't been any case of security breach. We have seen security personnel going around trying to ensure that everything goes smoothly. And we have here a commander of the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps, who is here, Mr. Ojelabi, who has also been going around. I see that you have been going around.
Yes, we've been going around since around 5 a.m. and we visited many of the police stations. The story has been the same. Everywhere is cool, peaceful, and so on.
Earlier, when we interviewed the incumbent governor, he did raise concern about instances or reports that he has received pertaining, security agencies tear gassing voters and trying to disperse them and discouraging them from exercising their civil right. What do you have to say on that?
To the best of my knowledge, I've been on the field since morning, like I told you earlier, since 5 a.m. we've been on the field. I've not seen anyone. I've not experienced one either. Rather, I've been seeing the policemen, the army, the civil defense, and other security agencies working together as a family. And the people we interacted with, no one has recorded or informed us of any such an occasion anywhere, to the best of my knowledge.
Have you also seen cases of people trying to intimidate voters? Have you recorded that? Just alluding to what the last person I interviewed said.
to me, so far so good. I've not seen anybody being intimidated.
So you've not made any arrest of any possible culprit here?
Not at all. Concerning the area of my coverage, since I've been out since 5 a.m., you know, from Osogbo to Ife to, we are now currently in Nede. So I've not seen anyone. Rather, I've been meeting the security personnel, the military, the civil defense, the police, and so on. I freely interacted with them, and freely they told me areas, you know, as usual, come and kill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ojelabi. Thank you for your contribution to what we're doing right here in Osun State. Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
All right.
Bye for now.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so that's it. You've also heard from observers, you have heard from security agencies. So let's just look at the general atmosphere of what's happening. You can see here, voters are, you know, getting their ballot papers to proceed and cast their vote. And all right, so and that's it. We would continue for you to see what's happening. Just stay tuned on channels. Stay tuned to Channels Television as we continue to bring you live broadcast of this governorship election in Osun State.
I will continue.
If you call and something, but you come back and tell me again. You don't go and call her and so you are reporting me or something.
Right. Madam, take this on guys, that place.
Early risers set the tone at Unit 7 Okioja in Osogbo, turning out as early as 7:20 a.m. while INEC officials set up their polling gear. Long lines stretch across the center with a priority lane dedicated to seniors, while voters double-check their names on the registry. By 8:30 a.m. sharp, voting officially kicks off at Salvation Army Middle Primary School in Alekuwodo, Osogbo, where the elderly lead the charge, casting their ballots first.
Everything is peaceful because we have been expecting it. This election, it's for our own good.
It's peaceful, there's no problem. Everybody's going where is supposed to go and vote. I'm here to vote now. And I've seen my name on the list listed. And I want to go and do my social responsibility by voting.
Election monitors on the ground describe the atmosphere as calm, voicing hope that the peaceful order holds throughout the day.
It's about seeing the power of the thumb, and how it determines who will govern the state for another 4 years. And absolutely, that's a festival for me. You can see that voting has started, and people are on the queue, and it's just, for now, going on very seamless.
You check your name, and then you come with your card PVC, and when you come with your card PVC, you give it to the presiding officer or the election official, who look at it and then check now if the information on that PVC is also on the beavers.
We have gone to at least 10 polling units. The process is going on well. There's a lot of enthusiasm amongst the voters, and they're ready and willing to exercise their democratic franchise. So I think that if this momentum is sustained, there won't be any problem in the electoral process.
Meanwhile, in Ilesha East Local Government Area, Unit 8, Ward 6, accreditation and voting run side by side without a hitch. However, over at polling unit 013 in Ejigbo Local Government Area, tension bubbles up. Party agents demand the physical count of all ballot papers before voting starts, but electoral officials pushed back, warning that the standoff could derail the schedule. Elsewhere in Ejigbo local government area, some voters raised concerns over an alleged vote-buying operation by a political party in the area. They claim to have alerted security operatives, but alleged that the officers have been reluctant to investigate the matter.
Before the election, you know that they arrested some people who were in police uniform that were not police themselves. And so, but we are asking the DIG election and the and the CP election, all of them to check Modakoke immediately, because if that thing is real, then it's going to, we don't know what is happening. But the commitment we got from the police, is that they are going to do the best that they can, to make sure that they are upright for Nigeria and for the election.
With more than 2 million voters registered, Osun State stands at a critical juncture as citizens decide who earns the keys to the government house.
Okay, so ballot paper tá fi hàn yín ní ẹ̀kan. So ìwọ̀nba méjì àti díẹ̀ ní àná. So which is we have a total number of 272 of accredited voters here today, which we voted today that are present.
270, Abi.
We have 272 accredited voters.
We started with 0 at 10:30. 272. 272.
Yes, we'll cancel it.
You will cancel it now before you allow someone to snap it already. Hello. Let's see. Why are you not taking it?
Sorry about that.
You should have one person.
We are not vlogging so that
What's that? Marker. You have make use of marker, please. No, marker doesn't cannot reach faster like this. Marker is what you can do. You go buy another one. You buy another one. This is what we are meant to do. You could just go ahead.
So I'll be declaring the serial number of the beginning number in order to be sure of what we actually see, the figure we get. So this is 55538. 555 005538. 005538. And the last serial number of the used one is 0055810. 0055810. So that's the about it. Which is 23411449. 23411449. We go get that. So, are we by So here we go. As we pick out, I show you, then I sort it out. Hello.
Look for stones or something like all those things. Your phone, no phone. Yes.
ABC. Accord. APC. Accord. 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 APC. 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 Accord. 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 APC. Accord. 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 APC. Accord. Accord. APC. APC. Accord. Accord. APC. Accord. 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 APC.
Let's go.
Vote party.
Don't vote. APC. APC. APC.
Please, can we listen to them, please? Just go on. Do what you are doing.
Wash. Wash.
Accord.
One house. Family house.
Okay, just come share bottle water. Send you. Only come try. One is a winner. Please.
Fire!
I need them.
Don't worry, just move that. Mohammed, don't propaganda, just put inside our just taking the record, that's all. That's what it's telling you.
So we have ABC.
You start from the lowest.
Yes, AGC. 1, 41, 42, 43, 44.
And I've seen my name on the list listed, and I want to go and do my social responsibility by voting.
Election monitors on the ground describe the atmosphere as calm, voicing hope that the peaceful order holds throughout the day.
It's about seeing the power of the thumb, and how it determines who will govern the state for another 4 years. And absolutely, that's a festival for me. You can see that voting has started, and people are on the queue, and it's just for now going on very seamless.
You check your name, and then you come with your card PVC, and when you come with your card PVC, you give it to the presiding officer or the election official, who look at it and then check. And now, if the information on that PVC is also on the beavers.
We have gone to at least 10 polling units. The process is going on well. There's a lot of enthusiasm amongst the voters, and they're ready and willing to exercise their democratic franchise. So I think that if this momentum is sustained, there won't be any problem in the electoral process.
Meanwhile, in Ilesha East Local Government Area, Unit 8, Ward 6, accreditation and voting run side by side without a hitch. However, over at polling unit 013 in Ejigbo Local Government Area, tension bubbles up. Party agents demand the physical count of all ballot papers before voting starts, but electoral officials push back, warning that the standoff could derail the schedule. Elsewhere in Ejigbo local government area, some voters raised concerns over an alleged vote-buying operation by a political party in the area. They claim to have alerted security operatives, but alleged that the officers have been reluctant to investigate the matter.
Before the election, you know that they arrested some people who were in police uniform that were not police themselves. And so, but we are asking the DIG election and the CP election, all of them to check Modakoke immediately, because if that thing is real, then it's going to, we don't know what is happening. But the commitment we got from the police, is that they are going to do the best that they can, to make sure that they are upright for Nigeria and for the election.
With more than 2 million voters registered, Osun State stands at a critical juncture as citizens decide who earns the keys to the government house.
And more reports from the ongoing process as key contenders in the race for the Osun governorship election turned out alongside other voters to exercise their franchise today. Our next report tracks their moments at the ballot and their assessment of the exercise so far.
Accompanied by his wife, Governor Ademola Adeleke arrives at polling unit 009, Ward 2, Abogude Sagba in Ede North to perform his civic duty. His voting process hits a temporary snag following a technical glitch with the
May they be in queue.
Ah.
Yes, and it's empowered.
It's okay like this. The place where so they play bandits 1 minute. Where is this? Have this. Stand on that side. Inside everything. Yes.
So see.
I can only hear the noise where you are. That's what I'm saying. I can't hear. I can only hear the noise coming from where you are. They're coming. Yes. I was hearing what they were saying. I could hear what they were saying. Yeah. All right. Yeah. Okay. All right. Okay.
See your family fully. You see your family fully. just scattered them. You are showing us where you go hide. Just yes. Okay, there's no presenter. But I thought you should come. Oh, okay. Big. He wants to put on the mic. The mic was not. Okay, cue me, sir. We're here at Unit 4, Ward 1, here at Enuwa, just in front of the entrance of the Palace of Oni of Ife. And counting has just been concluded. People have been jubilating. Just a few minutes ago, the deputy governorship candidate was here. He voted earlier at this polling unit, and he told us what happened earlier about a little disruption earlier in the day during the voting, but after all, everything was resolved, and it's been peaceful here in Enuwa, Ward 4, Unit 1. And people have been going around just trying to ensure that everything is seamless. We could see security agencies just around the vicinity, trying to ensure that there's no breakdown of law and order after the counting. And I also been speaking to people here. They encountered issues of beavers malfunctioning earlier today about from what the electoral officers say, about 30 people, the beavers malfunction. It was unable to recognize their faces and their thumbprints, but afterwards some people came and they were the beavers machine recognized their faces and it worked. So right now the electoral officials are already filling the forms in the forms here, and we're waiting for the conclusion of election here, taken to the collation center and from there to the state office.
Just listen to this. No, about it now. Chongo, ele ọ̀tọ̀ lele tó fẹ́ gbà. Let them start another one. No show for CBB one, so anything. But what you want to do, just write your own. This copy is meant for the meant for uploading. So,
This is your money 36, 31. I want you 5. I wait to get okay, I told you salvation here. I need one. ẹ máa gbọ́ àní 110 bẹ́ẹ̀ 110 àwọn ní 46 àní 110 bẹ́ẹ̀ ní st john's ní ibi o2 àwa ní 110 àwọn ní kìíní ní o2 wọ́n ní wọ́n ṣàti 7 wà lọ níbi kejì àwa náà náà 5 nìkan ṣàfihàn lọ́mbẹ̀ ibi tọ̀dọ̀ mi gẹ́gẹ́ ni mo ti nà wọ́n yẹn ní níbi o2 tọ̀dọ̀ mi ní wọ́n 5 náà fi jù wọ́n lọ níbi tọ̀hún yẹn wọ́n ń ìwọ̀n àwọn ní 5 ní àwọn níbi gbogbo ibi tí wọ́n wà mọ́ dáàbò.
quick one, sir. The uncontrollable level of excitement this polling unit. With the, the announcement, the counting.
They're happy, and that is people's assessment of this present administration. The work of His Excellency Governor Demola Jackson. Who are you? I'm Dr. B.T. Salami, the Honorable Commissioner for Special Duty. I'm from this unit, and you see it across the state. We hope, we believe in INEC, and we believe in the government, and we believe in God. And the power of the people, power of God, and the power of the people is mightier than any other power.
All the way from Ibadan, is it from Lagos or Abuja?
Sorry, man. No, from
Abuja. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for what you are doing for Nigeria. God bless you, sir. God bless you. More victory.
Just listen to this one. Not about it now. Chongo, Ele or Tolele don't let them to write another one. No should consider reviewing, so anything. But what you want to do, just write your own. This copy is meant for the uploading. So,
This is your dummy gaga. Money 36, 31. I want you 5. I wait to get. Okay, I tell you salvation here. Anyone hold them. Anyone hold them. Then I go anyone hold them. Where? 110. Only 46. Where are you? 110. Miss and just me be Osun. Àwa ní 110. Àwọn ní Osun. Wọ́n ní wọ́n ṣàti 7 wà lọ níbi kejì àwa náà náà 5 nìkan ṣàfihàn lọ́mbẹ̀. Ibi tọ̀dọ̀ mi gangan ni mo ti nà wọ́n yẹn níbi Osun tọ̀dọ̀ mi ní wọ́n 5 náà fi jù wọ́n lọ níbi tọ̀hún yẹn. Wọ́n ń ìwọ̀n àwọn ní 5. Àwọn níbi gbogbo ibi tí wọ́n wà mọ́ náà.
dey one place. Yeah, not dey one place. How many people are there? So your own better place is not for one place.
If the person does not have an ID card, they might bother láti fẹ́ nìyẹn o. ID card wà lọ́wọ́.
Osun.
Kí ló jẹ́ tiẹ̀? Ó yá máa bọ̀ wá sáyìn, ó jà tí rántí. Good.
No, wait. Which one did you record?
Thank you.
as the total number of accredited voters. Do the subtraction.
The 625 unused to sample. Okay.
1,082 la mú wa tábà yọ 457 kúrò bẹ́ẹ̀ yóò kù 625 ló pàápàá.
ẹ kú iṣẹ́ o. What next? Okay. Well done, POs. So all POs, you are well done.
And then this one, 2001150. Abi, we did not use this one. So this is what I wrote down. That is used balance paper. Yes, we use from 0013693 that would be 0014149. That is the used balance paper. The used balance paper, we started from 0013693. And we stopped at 2. Okay, we use it to 00141. No, that's what you stop. Yeah. 0014149. 0014149. So the unused ballot paper will now be 0014150. Last one. That's the last one. The last one. 50. You don't have your button.
0014774. Last one. Look at over here. Last one.
Yes, this is the last one. 11. We brought 11 ballot paper. This one is 1082. 1082. And we are able to use. So then we are going to do the calculation together.
I'll use ballot paper.
457. Which one are you? Madam, please don't rest on it.
Rest.
ṣe lákàárọ̀ ni.
APC. 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 Ìjà ọ̀rọ̀ àṣẹ kó má sí jà. Ẹ wo àkọọ̀dù gbọ́dọ̀ sí. APC. APC. Ẹ jọ̀ọ́ gbogbo kìíní yẹ ẹ jọ̀ọ́ kó má sí jà lóye yín tó bá délé tẹ bá rò pé bóyá wọn ẹ̀ka dá.
Èwo ni owó sí?
APC. Progress. Accord. APC. Accord. Ẹni yìí ọ̀nà mẹ́ta náà já sí. So, àdìká. Ó dẹ̀ jù fún I don't know the person ló dìbò fún yín náà. APC. APC. Accord. Accord.
the APC deputy governorship candidate came in, probably to know what is happening. But on getting here, one of his staff, I don't know, the guy saw that complexion like this, started pointing to some people that they should arrest them. And they started slapping some people. And you see, people who rose up to the occasion and said, look, in what capacity are you ordering the arrest of people? And in what capacity are you beating people? So it became a little bit rough. Though he was apprehended at the end of the day, I think he is still being remanded in Osogbo now for questioning, so that they are profiling him there. Well, that will have led to the disruption of voting in this unit in the early hour of the process in the morning. But thank God, everything subsided and the voting continued. I mean, up to this moment, you can see they are doing the sorting out now, and they will count it, then the result will be announced. So that was exactly what happened. But there are issues of vote buying in some areas within Ife, which clearly some of them were apprehended in More Ward. So they apprehended them. I think they have picked the person again to the office of either the DSS or the SIB for questioning. So I don't know what has happened. INEC has done perfectly well in this election. Let's be honest with ourselves. The security personnel too, they have been going around doing their job peacefully. And I give kudos to them on that. Then again, I want to commend the electorates. The turnout was superb. They all came out to exercise their franchise. And this shows that, look, if all elections can turn out to be like this, honestly, everything will be okay in this country.
And the boys we have one, two, three, which is rejected vote. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
26, 27, 28, 29, 30.
West, a local government area of Osun State. And we're going to go to Ms. Akintobi in just a moment, just to remind the people that one of the most important things you also need to look out for is your party agents, because the Electoral Act is quite clear. I'm trying to remind the people of their responsibility, that based on Section 63, 60s and the subs of those sections of the Electoral Act, it's important your party agent is there to sign and countersign, because if the person is not present, there's nothing the polling presiding officer can do because they say where available, there's that language inside the electoral act. So it's safer for party agents to be available so that nothing happens to the vote cast for that particular party. Mr. Akintobi, so you're saying that we're trying to cross all the T's and dot all the I's as far as this election is concerned. But with what you have seen, what is ringing, what is going through your mind as far as the 2027 election? What have you seen so far that gives you a bit of an idea of maybe or maybe not what may play out in 2027, which is in January and in February?
Well, it looks to me from what I'm seeing in this election so far is that people are voting personality more than party. I think the people involved in the election particularly are the ones that will be the barometer of how the results flow. In the past, a lot of people have just been favorites of one particular party or the other, and they voted according to party lines. In this particular case, it looks like personalities will win out. We don't know if that is what will happen in 2027, but when you look at the field for 2027, there are also very personality-centered people who are in the race. You look at the incumbent President Bola Tinubu, you look at Atiku Abubakar of the ADC, Peter Obi of the NDC, even down to people like Donald Duke of the PRP and Adebayo Adewale, I believe, of the SDP. They are all personality-driven people who have larger-than-life personalities and who seem to overshadow their parties. Now, for me, that in and of itself is a danger, because I think that candidates should be driven by the manifestos of their parties. And that is why I think it's a bit of a dysfunctional foundation when the most senior elected official becomes the party leader, because essentially what that means is that it is that person's vision, it is that person's aspiration that will dictate the party's position, whereas it should be the other way around. It should be that the party stands for something and everybody else under the umbrella of that party lines up behind that ideology, such that governance is dictated by party doctrine, and parties can call their elected officials to order if they are not towing the party line. Because I think that it is party positions that are consistent. Individuals can have individual elected officials. The same party can have a president, can have a governor, can have a council chairman. They all believe differently, or they all aspire differently. So I think for consistency's sake, as you see in mature democracies, the party should be supreme. But I'm seeing more of personality-driven politics, and I think it doesn't bode well for 2027 if that is the way it will go.
Let's bring in Mr. Kunle Lawal, who is the ED of the Electoral College, Executive Director of Electoral College. Mr. Lawal, I'm sure you've been monitoring as well, looking at what's been playing out across board, jubilation in centers where their candidates have emerged victorious. And of course, we're also seeing how they are watching the votes, or they are counting quite closely, although there's a caution to make sure that it's captured. But what do you make of what you've seen so far, Mr. Lawal? Mr. Lawal, can you hear us? All right, while we're trying to reconnect with Mr. Lawal, let's bring in Mr. Nzenze. He's a public affairs analyst joining us virtually as well from Port Harcourt. Mr. Nzenze, the same question, because it's about what we are seeing, what we're hearing, what we're witnessing, history for them and the people, for the people of Osun State. Now, it's been always competitive, but I can remember clearly 2018 was incredibly competitive, that it was almost less than 1% difference between the winner and the person who lost. What do you make of what you've seen so far? Ms. Anze.
I hope you can hear me.
We can hear you now. Please go ahead.
All right. Politics is a game of number. And seeing the way things are going, we see that Osun State election have been strongly contested. Osun State election has been strongly contested between the ruling party APC and the Accord. In as much as, to a large extent, The Accord is a small political party. Accord is a small political party, and APC have been on ground. In 2018, Adeleke won using the PDP platform, using PDP structure. But you see presently that that structure is not there. And he is now hinging on his performances for the last 4 years. And the level of intimidation we are seeing from the APC, the dignitaries that grace the campaign of Ambo, his federal might. And he put a lot of things to the mind to check. But I think that no matter what happens, coalition has started. And we trust that Osun people will speak. If INEC can keep to their promise of conducting free, fair, and credible election, it means that at the end of the day, everyone will accept the outcome. But if by any means INEC plays by the game Nigerians are watching them to display, which we know that this election, this Osun State governorship election, is a litmus test to 2027 general election. It can cause a strong voter apathy. It can as well cause a strong reaction against the ruling party should they try to manipulate anything in this Osun State election.
Well, I'd like a quick follow-up to that, Mr. Nze, which is about Osun election. We've seen, the trajectory that brought us here, and one might ask, what is at stake, particularly in Osun election, that it appears as if the ruling party is so determined to take the state? Some would say there's so many states, in the hands of the APC already.
Yeah, we see that everyone expects, based on the antecedents of Governor Ademola Adeleke, Osun people expect him to continue. Based on the antecedents, the things he has put on ground, the developmental stride he has shown in Osun State. When you talk with an average Osun man, he will tell you that Adeleke have done well. And sometimes one will agree that the devil at hand is better than the angel you don't know. But in no means should anyone consider Adeleke a devil in this case. He has actually raised Osun State from the old quagmire they had been to a limelight. Perhaps that might be what interests the ruling party, that made them want to push him out. I wish that Adeleke should complete his second term, while Ambo should wait for 2030 to come up.
Yeah, Mr. Nze, it's still early in the day. Let that determination be by the people of Osun State. Let them make that determination for themselves as far as the assessment is concerned. But let's bring it back to the studio, Mr. Ogo. I was just wondering, when it comes to democracy, it's beautiful to see contest. It makes you, the government, whatever government is in power, won't sit pretty. I did an analytics of the United States election, and I followed especially some election in the 70s where the electoral college votes over 500 in the previous election. By the next election, another party won. It shows you that the people can decide however they want their people, they want to be ruled. So for you, and from what you have seen so far, do you enjoy the competition that you're seeing in Osun State?
No, is the answer. Because it is not a competition of ideas, of vision, of a future for the people of Osun State. It's a contest of personalities. This is why I call it Owambe politics. The manifestos, somebody made a comment about the manifesto. The people haven't read the manifestos. The manifestos are largely meaningless, largely because the there's a disconnect between the revenues, the funds that they're going to use to deliver those manifesto pledges. So they're almost like promises of manna from heaven. And everybody can draft a beautiful manifesto. We've seen it right through our political history. Great manifesto draftsmen, fantastic lawyers and authors. They draft the beautiful stuff. But can you match at the end of the 4 years? Can you relate the experience to what was in the manifesto? Typically you can't. So until we rejig the political order to move it back to the politics of issues, we're always going to have these problems. So the contest is, as I've used the analogy before, is like a boxing match. I have my favorite, you have your favorite. And we get excited as the punches are being thrown. But at the end of the day, that is not the kind of politics we need as a people for progress and development.
And undoubtedly, this particular part of the conversation will continue in the next few months and lead us into 2027. But I couldn't miss, what's happening in Ejigbo earlier on in relation to some part of our conversation earlier about the performance of INEC. And I'd like to bring this to you, Mr. Lawal, if you can hear us now and you have, been participating in the conversation so far. We've seen what played out in Ejigbo, the delay in the voting as a result, which we hope has now been concluded, but we can report that it extended beyond normal voting hours in an election of this scale. So INEC told us ahead of this election, we're ready, and we've conducted our assessment. Should INEC be excused, for what is playing out now in Ejigbo? And we don't know if it's happening in any of the other local governments in this exercise, or these are normal logistical challenges, that may occur somewhat, in an unforeseen manner.
Oh, yeah, good day. And sometimes I think it's really up to the fact that sometimes we miss or undermine technology. And I think the number of beavers that were sent were about 4,000. And Osun State has about 3,874 polling units. Logistical issues and technological issues will always occur in this kind of situations. And not because it's INEC's fault, but I believe that INEC, the real problem with our elections is that INEC does not actually prepare for issues. They're always ready, for the elections itself, but they do not have a fail-safe plan most of the time. So because they don't have a fail-safe plan most of the time, situations like what's happening in Ejigbo will happen, and then they now have to recover from what exactly is going on and then try to catch up with everything else. I think that's where the problem lies. The basic problem is basically in our elections. We have a crisis mode. We don't have plans for a fail-safe mode.
Let's talk about communications as well. Have you been assessing the communications of INEC? Because since the 2023 general election, especially the presidential election, that they had an awful communication experience where because of the results not being uploaded as it went due, and then we had to wait, I think, the next day, almost 24 hours later before we had anything substantial from INEC. And it was really a bad situation. Do you think INEC has learned from that experience in terms of effective communication?
I think they are learning. But I think that their pace of learning and the pace of things in which they have decided to proceed on, or how they've chosen to handle it, is a little slower than we expect generally. Now, looking at the picture entirely, we must understand that logistical issues, like you're saying, logistical issues will cause these delays, further delays in upload to IREV. So even communicating out, and that's outward communications as regards elections, I think INEC is not really taking a bold step. It's improving, let's be honest, but improvements, it could be better. responses could be better, a lot of things could be better. For now, it's too early to call Osun as regards the way information is coming out, but probably within the next 1 hour, 2 hours, we'll be able to make a concrete conclusion whether Osun is actually a lot better than other off-cycle elections we've seen.
Let's take it to Mr. Akintobi. Mr. Akintobi, I want to do some extrapolations and front-loaded analytics that I want you to help me break down. Let's assume and give the electoral umpire a chance that this election is free, fair, and credible. And then assume that the incumbent wins. And also assume that the incumbent loses to the ruling party at the center. What will that say ahead of 2027 in both scenarios?
Okay, well, first of all, I know that APC has been doing a lot of work to try and win this election for two reasons. First of all, they're still feeling the pain of the loss of 2022. They don't think they lost it fairly. They don't think they deserve to lose. And as a result, they've left no stone unturned since 2022 to try and, build a structure, create awareness, galvanize the troops. I think that's one reason. I think the second reason also is because just from a politically, advantageous basis, if the party in power in Osun State this year is the APC, it bodes well for the incumbent at the center in the 2027 elections, because in spite of the fact that Governor Adeleke has endorsed President Tinubu for 2027, the bottom line is if there's an APC candidate at the helm in Osun, it bodes better for President Tinubu's chances of taking that state than if it is somebody in a different party. That's the bottom line. He will have a better rapport with somebody from his own party than somebody in the opposition, in spite of the endorsement. Now, that's what I see if the APC wins. There'll be a more symbiotic relationship with the center between Osun and Abuja if the APC in power in 2026 in Osun. The other aspect is if the Accord wins and Governor Adeleke is returned, well, it's a validation of his achievements and its impact on the people of Osun. There are many of our political players who will have achievements week after week. And even President himself alluded to flyovers that there are no vehicles flying. Building a flyover in most states today is an achievement. But what is the actual impact of that flyover on the lives of the people of that locality? So I think that if the incumbents, despite the fact that he came into power under the PDP and has gone to a different party almost at the dying minute, if he's able to convert that into an electoral victory, it's a validation for all of the fact that his achievements have had major impacts on the people of Osun State. Secondly, that he is well liked individually among the people of the state. I understand the civil servants like him a lot. Osun State is a civil service populated state. I understand he's done well by the civil servants, that he's paid off all the outstanding debts in terms of salaries. He's almost caught up with all the pensions. So he's generally well liked. So I would see it that if we're looking at which side of the country, the people of Osun have spoken today. For me, what matters the most is that that voice is accurately reflected. I don't think there'll be a significant difference by way of whether it is one party that wins or the other party that wins. I believe they will both try and do their best for the state. But what matters most is that at the end of today, let the will of the people be accurately reflected.
And that is the hope of all. But I want to quickly follow up on your response and bring it to Mr. Ogun, whom we're going to release very soon. He's been very patient with us so far. Mr. Akintobi strikes at the very heart of the political conversation as far as Osun is concerned when he says the APC is still nursing the injury from its loss in Osun in the 2022 elections. Is it really the injury of the APC's loss, or that of the former governor. You know how governors want to serve 2 terms in this country, and when they haven't done that, it's as if they left something back at the government house that they want to go and pick. Yeah. And tied to that question is the president here. You know, there are reported filial ties with the incumbent, you know, and the president. Have you seen, what's the body language of the president as far as Osun is concerned? Is it distant, or is he emotionally invested?
Well, you know, when you have a winner-takes-all political system, such as we have, is either you win or you lose, and there's no sort of in-between. And I throw that in again as a reminder to what I opened up with, which is true democracy is an order whereby you're able to accept governance from each other's hands, such that even if I lose, it is not a life and death matter. Whereas the way our political system is configured, that's the way it's seen. It's very emotional at the people level, and it's particularly combative at the candidate level. Why? Because it is their livelihood that they are fighting over. And beyond that, when you now tie to the center level, the presidential level, it's offices that he is able to extend his power to. His reach is greater if he has a member of his own party running Osun State as against a member of a rival party. If the APC lose this election, it's, you can understand the perspective, it begins to eat into their confidence as far as the coming presidential election is concerned. Whereas if it goes the other way, the confidence becomes supreme. Whereas true governance that the people are interested in should be a contest of ideas and solutions. And somebody made the comment that given where we are now, it doesn't, the level of governance that the people are going to see is not actually going to be any difference whether APC win or Accord win. The level of governance is not going to be materially different, because these are not parties running on issues. The real difference, the real winners and losers, will be the prospective occupants of the office. It's the jobs, it's the livelihoods, and the opportunities for patronage that they control. That is really what the stake is.
Yeah, Bubas, thank you very much for coming on the program. You've been with us from the very beginning of this segment. Mr. Festus Ogun is a lawyer, a historian, and Mr. Dele Ogun, pardon me, is a lawyer, historian, and the convener of the Fatherland Group. The Ogun family is very close to Channels Television in all levels, and I'm sure you get my meaning.
I get your point.
Thank you for coming on the program,
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Yeah. But we'll continue our conversation. We still have with us Mr. Stan Nze and Mr. Kunle Lawal. Of course, Mr. Dayo Akitobi is also very much with us. Mr. Nze, let me bring it to you now as we continue to scrutinize the process. Mr. Ogun has talked about something very critical, you know, as part of this conversation, saying whether or not it's the APC or the Accord party that wins, there isn't going to be any significant difference in governance. Is that the case from where you see it or looking at this particular process? Mr. Nze, that's for you. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, what we are seeing now is actually a very great lesson to Nigerian electorates and office seekers. You know, how is INEC conducting their election as an umpire that is saddled with the responsibility of giving Nigeria's fair, credible, and peaceful election? We are watching. The electorates are watching. The observers are watching. And those who are participating in the election are watching. If at the end of the day, this Osun election is adjudged free, fair, and credible. To a large extent, the credit returns to INEC. It does not actually matter who wins. The question here is, who did the Osun people vote? Did they vote Ambo of APC? Or did they vote Adeleke of Accord? So it will be a very difficult thing for us to conclude now that this is how the election has been concluded, because collection is ongoing. Collection is ongoing. And until that is done, we will now listen to those who are present when these collections are made, when votes are cast, collections are made, and result declared. So that is where I believe that Nigerians should be focusing more in 2026 Osun gubernatorial election.
Back to all of you. So we have Mr. Daya Kintobi, public affairs analyst, still standing by for us. Also have Kunle Lawal, who is the ED of Electoral College, and Mr. Nzenze, who is a public affairs analyst. We'll come back to you, gentlemen, and we'll continue to touch base with our correspondent who on the field to give us live reporting at the counting that is going on and announcing a result, as well as collation that is happening across the 3,763 polling units. I can now say confidently that about, so if you do 2:30 to now, so that's a 3:30, 4:35, 30, less than 4 hours into this election, from INEC's IREV portal, over 50% of the results have so far been announced. So if we follow that trend, in the next 4 hours, this election should have been concluded and we should have a winner. That is if this trend continues, because 52% of the results have already been uploaded on IREV portal. But we'll take a break, and when we come back, we'll continue with our continuing live coverage of Osun governorship election, where the people are deciding on who leads them in the next 4 years. Stay with us.
Before the roads, before the cities, there was a river that carried kingdoms, stories, and generations of people. Its waters witnessed prosperity, its currents shaped destinies, and its spirit still flows today, from fishing festivals to river games, from culture and cuisine to art, history, and living traditions. The river calls us home, because the river knows we are one. Water won't get enemy. Bini River Life.
Africa is rising, and we are rising with her. Every day there's a new story, a new challenge, a new discovery, and a new victory. For 30 minutes, Monday through Friday, we bring these to you from Abuja to Accra and from Nairobi to Addis. Network Africa connects the dots, giving you a full picture and bringing the continent closer to you. Network Africa, weekdays at 4:30 p.m. only on Channels Television. In every show, we bring you closer to the fastest growing movie industry in the world. From the making to the premiere. Get up close and personal with the stars and industry captains, plus reviews and much more. Nollywood Uncut, every week at these times.
What's happening across Nigeria's various regions on Channels Television's Newsroom series. Every Monday, we bring you stories from the Southwest. And on Tuesday, the Northwest is our focus. We're in the South-South for midweek reports on Wednesday. And later in the week, the North Central takes center stage. The Southeast gets the spotlight on Fridays. And we close out the week with the Northeast on Saturday. Watch Newsroom series, 3 p.m., Monday to Saturday, only on Channels Television.
Our website, channelstv.com, has more information on our top stories and others. Subscribe and watch Channels Television's live stream on YouTube and other social media platforms using your mobile device browser. Or download the Channels TV app for Android and iOS devices from their respective stores. You can also watch us via your smart TV platforms on Apple TV, Android TV, Fire TV, and Roku. Channels Television. Ubiquitous.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of Osun Governorship Election 2026, where we have over 10 candidates slugging it out as to who wins this election and leads the state in the next 4 years. So we've been looking at IREF to see how many results have also been uploaded. And as we speak, as at 6:12 p.m. Nigerian time, where we sit, 58%, that's almost 60% of the results have so far been uploaded on IREF portal. But you can see it's happening across the state. Bukola, you have this one.
Indeed, and from here we move to Ilesha. Counting and announcement of votes have commenced at Unit 1, Ward 1, Ilesha West Local Government Area of Osun State. The Assistant Polling Officer of the unit, Alade Shawe Adiola, announced the results, which sent some APC supporters in that area into jubilation.
Accord 76
Well, that's Ilesha in Ilesha West local government area of the state, where counting and sorting of ballots have been concluded. And from here, we'll continue with our conversation. Don't forget that we're taking you through Irewole, we've taken you through Ede, Ejigbo local government area, Oshogbo, where we've seen different levels of the results declaration and conduct of the exercise, not forgetting concerns expressed by voters in some areas, and in some areas even candidates have expressed concerns. Let's continue our scrutiny of the process now. We still have with us Mr. Nze, Mr. Lawal, and I believe Mr. Kintobi. Now, let me come to you, Mr. Kunle Lawal, for an assessment of what you're seeing so far and a continuation of our reflections on, some of the factors shaping this particular process. There are 10 candidates, but really, who are the contenders for you amid this process? And as we particularly now keep our eyes really close to the IRF portal, where 58%, according to Jeffrey, of votes have been
now
declared.
60. Now
60 is really moving fast. So who are really the contenders for you?
Well, I would say that's a dicey question. My office is non-partisan and doesn't allow me make such remarks. But I would say generally, based on the results that are ongoing and things we are seeing as developments are occurring, of course, the battle is, of course, between the the Accord Party and the APC. Others, I hope they catch up. So I think that would be a clean way of saying it, because it doesn't allow me to see it that way. So we wait for the end. I don't want to also predetermine things. 15 candidates, one woman. I would say, looking at the elections and the time, all this offshore, the balance before and a lot of things. I know that there will be a lot of reports. There's been a lot of massive. How do I put it? A lot of massive involvement in vote buying, a lot of voter inducements. There's been multiple cases of, people trying to, alter outcomes, and then it was really a struggle. So I think one of the greatest tests of INEC and one of the greatest tests of everyone in this election is how these matters will be dealt with. I think INEC also, with their court, bringing in an SDP candidate 2 days and costing Nigeria quite a lot. I think the way we determine matters in pre-election matters should even be revisited. This shouldn't happen. It costs Nigeria a lot of money printing those ballot papers. So we need to look at the shortfalls here. There's a lot of issues. Even pre-election matters should be determined better. I still don't understand why parties cannot simply, when you have just one person as the chairman and an EXCO, state EXCO, and you have multiple candidates pulling along who's right and who's wrong. I think these issues, and we're not supposed to be having this in 2026. For me and INEC, with what they're doing with IREB now, as becoming clearer, 60%, if INEC can go up to, because this is just a singular election, if they can go up to 100 before the end of tonight, I would say, if they can multiply that 36 times, they are ready for the general elections.
That's a fair expectation. Maybe there should be more. But I'll follow up on what you have said about who the real contenders are. But I want to bring it to Mr. Akintobi now, if Mr. Akintobi can hear me. Mr. Alawa believes this is a two-horse race, really. But we've heard the candidate of the ADC speak earlier, expressing concerns about the exclusion of his party agents. So if this really is a two-horse race and there's no, no regard for whatever the other candidate is bringing into the race, how should we be viewing the concern expressed by the candidate of the ADC, and that would be Mr. Salam? Mr. Akintobi, this is for you. Okay, let me bring you to Mr. Nze, yeah.
Come again?
You didn't get the question.
Come again.
Yeah,
how
should we be viewing the concern expressed by the candidate of the ADC who talked about the exclusion of his party agents from this process, that they were denied accreditation?
Well, that is where the areas we ask questions: inequality, equal rights, and justice. On what grounds should the candidate of a political party that is fielding a candidate not be accredited? On what ground? So it calls for a great concern. Honestly, it calls for a great concern. And if the man will, at the end of the day, through INEC, which has the right to accredit his agent, I think he will make a good case. Because on no account should you exclude his eyes from an election he is participating in. But you see that oftentimes we see high level of injustice being meted out. Yes, I've not, I stand to be corrected. I've not seen Salam and his political party, buying votes. But I've seen APC, I've seen some part of Accord, Whereas they told us that vote buying is wrong, against the rule of the game. But here it is happening, and it's like nobody is raising an eyebrow. So I pity Alhaji Salam. I pity his political party. If at the end of the day he is pushed aside, well, he knows what to do. He can go to court and challenge such action. And even his agent who suffered that fate should be able to come out openly and bear witness to the very thing that happened.
Would it be fair in analyzing this election to have high expectation from Salam's party, given the encumbrances they've had to deal with to even put their house in order? Ms. Anze, that question is still for you. Ms. Anze, if you can hear me.
Please, your voice was cutting. You can come again.
I was saying that given the encumbrances that the political party itself has had, I mean Mr. Salam's party, wouldn't it be too much to expect anything, upsetting from them in this election?
Yeah, it is too expensive on my side. Too expensive because we believe that all the contenders in this election should be treated with equal opportunity. Whatever opportunity is good for this should be allowed for this. But if at the end of the day, Salam's political party suffer this setback to a large extent, Nigerians will frown at it. Yes, because I believe that Salam came to win. If at the end of the day, you deny him the little opportunities that would have earned him victory in this governorship election in Osun State, I think he will not feel happy. Whether he is having enough votes or not, he should be treated as a candidate. And his political party should be treated as one of the political parties contesting this election and not handled maybe as a minor. He's not a minor, for God's sake, because whatever payment others are making, he made. Whatever criteria they require him, the others were meeting, he met them. So on what ground should he be excluded? from what is being offered to other people.
Mr. Lawal, let me come to you in just a moment. I don't know whether your people are your guys on ground or anyone you're speaking to as to the level of the people watching their votes, because Bukola and I and our guests and the rest of us were watching how excited they were at the governor's polling unit and other polling units that we had live feeds coming through. And you could see the enthusiasm. As soon as results are announced, they run like somebody scored a goal. In my head, I'm like, stay and wait. Let that result be uploaded. The reason I'm saying, I'm looking at the portal, 62% of the votes have so far been uploaded, which comes to about 2,339 by INEX time, 6:18 p.m. Nigerian time. But the governor's polling unit result has still not been uploaded from what I'm looking at right here. So talk to us about watching the process to the end.
You know, most of the time when results are announced, most people think that's the end of the voting process. I believe that is a more or less, or as I would like to put it, that is a political literacy problem. And we all know that political literacy in Nigeria is poor. So the conversation is that most of them just hear the results at the poll, forget about what needs to be done. That's to safeguard votes. And the next thing they do is ensure everything is uploaded as said. And they leave the polling units and everybody is happy and screaming. And then most of the time, when those magic, those secure magics that happen, you're now going to have a serious issue with people arguing that was not what happened, that's not what happened. But, you didn't stay to safeguard your votes. So I think we and a lot of others need to do far more than we're already doing. We're doing some things in voter education and, ensuring that people understand that this is a critical part. This part of the uploading to IREF from polling units is more important than we should even paint it as more important than voting, because it actually determines the course of what the outcome of the elections are. Like a popular saying normally says, it's not the voting that determines the democracy. It is how the votes are counted that determines the democracy.
And you made some, observations that cannot be ignored earlier on when we were talking about who the real contenders are in the race, with the specific reference to the concern about vote buying. I wonder if you're observing election after election, voter inducement. In many cases, 10,000 naira, 20,000 naira reportedly being distributed based on confirmation of who the voter, cast their ballot for. What are the consequences of this seeming gradual acceptance of vote buying in our electoral landscape? It's as if it's not done in the open, and in many cases, the political parties that engage in this are known, and yet prosecutions or arrests, rather, of those found complicit in vote buying go nowhere.
Okay, if we're going to start from the beginning, it would be critical to note that I don't think, and this is basically our laws in the Electoral Act, it states a few things as regards parties. It states fines, 500,000, 3 years imprisonment, 1 million, 1 year imprisonment. It states, but this is where the Electoral Act gets funny. No exact thing is giving the power to exactly act. No enforcement agency is giving the direct power to act. And I feel that's where the problem is, because most of these cases, even when reported, the conversation is always about jurisdiction. And when it comes to jurisdiction, you're going to have a serious issue over those that, over even trying to, what do they call it, even trying to beat them at court, because it clearly doesn't give anybody jurisdiction, whether it's EFCC, it's ICPC, it is the Nigerian police, or INEC itself. In the Electoral Act, it doesn't give. But, with these elections, preceding 2027 elections, and over this time, the Electoral College and a few others are are coming together to do something which we think is rare, and we're studying actually amounts spent by candidates during elections. We know there's an infringement on the amount too. Yes, also no law enforcement agencies given the power to do that. But we're also monitoring financial amounts being spent. So in the case where there's a limit of 1 billion to be spent as regards governor, and those that have exceeded, I will not say who has exceeded right now. But we will be coming up with these figures, and, just to clarify with Nigerian people that they've infringed on the amounts, which are limits. And then we are going to hope that when that is done, we'll be able to take these conversations to court and have a very serious conversation on people who have broken these financial outcomes. Because the truth is, as long as our elections remain monetized, as long as forms still cost as much as 100 million, as much as 50 million, people are going to fight to protect that 50 million. People are going to fight to protect money that has been given to party members and delegates during primaries. People are going to fight to protect all that. And people are going to fight to have access to state coffers. So as long as that happens, there will always be a monetization of our democracy. And as long as there's a monetization of our democracy, we will never produce the kind of leaders that Nigeria is supposed to have.
So, Mr. Nze, a quick follow-up. Beyond what civil society is reportedly doing, as we've heard through Mr. Lawal, beyond the collation of amounts spent in total as against what the Electoral Act makes provision for, how can the punitive portions of the Electoral Act be invoked to ensure compliance with, what the dictates of the law say concerning participation in Electoral Act? Because it appears as if the laws are there and they're not effective. What are your thoughts on this?
One problem we have in Nigeria is that law is what law says is law. And when some people in authority go contrary to the rules of the game, law, we made no doubt. Whereas it's supposed not to be so. I think that the penalty that Electoral Act stipulated as against going beyond the amount of money that should be spent in a particular election, I think that that penalty should be invoked on any candidate, irrespective of his political divide, irrespective of his political affiliation, irrespective of who he knows and who knows him. Because the truth remains that this country belongs to every one of us. This country is not for the politicians alone. It is not for the ruling class alone. It is for every Nigerian. So if a normal Nigerian should commit a certain crime and he is apprehended for it and made to go through whatever requirement the law has stipulated, I believe that even when the highly placed commit the same offense, that penalty should be invoked against such a person. So if at the end of the day, INEC, maybe I listened to the man from Electoral College, saying that none of them were actually given power to invoke that law. Not police, not INEC, maybe but court. And you see how polarized our judicial system has become since 2023. Actually, the judicial system has been shaking. But from 2023 till now, in fact, I believe that the Temple of Justice has been desecrated by those who are allowed to minister on that temple. Because should anybody be taken to court now, and he has one or two persons who can speak for him, you'll see the court turning around, changing language, hinging on technicality. So I believe that if the police cannot invoke this law, and INEC cannot, then maybe we look out for the courts, if at the end of the day they can do anything in line with that.
I'm going to come to you, Mr. Lawal, in just a moment, but just tell our viewers and the audience that, look, a lot is playing out. There's the last hours. They call it the quiet before the storm when it comes to election monitoring and election reporting. Because from here, the polling unit will go to the collation centers and then onward to the local government and then, of course, to the state collation center where all the results would have been collated by the returning officer in this election, where that final result will be announced from one local government to the other. 30 of them, 30 local governments, 65% of those results have been observed, have been uploaded. And I keep just refreshing to see which one has and has not been uploaded. So, Bukola, I'm still checking to see whether that jubilation in Adeleke's compound has been reported on IREV. I can tell you right now, as I'm looking at it, not yet. I'm sure it's going to come at some point. So we're going to refer to those moments yet again in just a moment. But let's come to you, Mr. Lawal, as we begin to speak about what is playing out. One of the things that was really of a major concern was security. But it looks like it was brought under control in this election.
Yes, the situation of security in Nigeria has always been a problem during an election. I must clearly add that INEC over time has reduced, like I would give an example with Lagos. Lagos in the 2023 elections, Lagos has about 10,300 and something polling units. In 2023, the issues, and it usually has problems with over 1,000 polling units. But in 2023, it had issues with only 300 polling units. And we're looking at Osun. Osun's last, I think, take was about, from top of my head, I think about 100 and something polling units, issues in 100 and something polling units. If this is brought down to 50, it will mean that INEC has really taken a stand with security. But, you know, the data is still scanty for now. A lot of things are still not, you know, as crystal clear, like you said. We haven't seen what transpired at the government house in Osun State. Until, you know, that we get all those data put together, we cannot exactly extrapolate the situation. So the way we're looking at it generally for now, assessment security-wise, I think it has been fair. I won't say, so I could score INEC about 62, 63% on security as of now. But, you know, we never know. We'll still receive reports in the end. And, well, I think that at the end, we'll have a conversation on how exactly secure the elections were.
You're watching images of vote counting ongoing in another part of Osun State. We'll confirm this particular area to you in a short while. And it's also, yes, this is the incumbent's compound in Ede, yes, in Ede North, I believe, local government area of the state, opposite his compound to be precise. So we'll bring you actualities of this one as they're immediately available. But following up on the matter of security, remember what brought us here. Again, I keep referring to you know, the different incidents of violence, but as against what we have seen play out in the actual exercise of today. Mr. Nze, this one is for you. Is it, Mr. Nze, okay, I believe is not available at this particular point. So, Mr. Lawal, you'll be doing the heavy lifting, so you'll have to pardon us as we continue. So compare that with what we have seen play out in today's eventual exercise. Would you say that, you know, some of those concerns didn't come through, or is this an effective management of the security concerns as far as the performance of the police is concerned?
Well, we must score the police very highly, because I would say preceding this, I dreaded today. I was thinking today was going to be a black day in Osun. It was going to, probably even the military would have been drafted there. But to now see that today was peaceful and everything went quite as well as we are hearing from reports presently, I would like to say that generally we must accord the police full regards on this one, because I don't think in a while Nigeria has seen the kind of pre-election violence we saw in Osun State. But that is not to let the police go after giving them the commendation. Most critically points that the pre-election violence in Osun is one of the highest Nigeria has seen in recent times. I think even dating back to about before, I think 2011. I think since 2011, the pre-election violence in Osun State is higher than any off-cycle election since 2011. And that is a cause of concern. And because whether you like it or not, those factors tend to limit the kind of people that are coming out, the number of people that are going to vote vote eventually. Like, I think that even with the voting and even with the way things transpired, this is going to be the lowest numbers ever recorded in Osun to produce a governor. And that for me would be the fear of what happened or what transpired preceding elections. So now we'll just say we'll keep watching. But I must commend the police for ensuring that today went well.
Absolutely, Mr. Lawal. We will continue to assess them. But do you think sometimes this thing, because they've been shared trading blames, if you will, Accord Party, APC trading blames that on one accord is saying they are trying to, cause insecurity so that the federal government will come gun blazing literally and stomp the town just like it has been done so that they can do whatever it is they are doing. But the APC said, look, we are not the aggressors. In fact, if you look at the death toll, sadly and shamefully, they are saying the death toll, they are on the higher casualty spectrum. How do we get out of juvenile? Because I see killings for elections as juvenile politics. If we never had civilized democracy, maybe we would have had references. But we have enough civilized democracy to see how democracy is practiced. How do we get out of this?
First and foremost, like I said earlier in the conversation, the only time people go out of their ways as regards elections are probably 2 or 3 points. First being the monetization of our democracy. I'm sure that if you've invested 200 million in running for office, you wouldn't want to fail. And you're ready to do anything to make sure that happens. Secondly, it will be the fact that we have the laws to protect citizens and protect people, that's Nigerians generally. We have laws to protect parties, protect everything. But those laws remain just scribbles on a paper. Our judiciary has not taken some cases to the level they are supposed to be taken. They've in some cases in which some people were actually convicted, they were touched with kid gloves. When you know there's no repercussion for things that you are doing, then it is clear that this is what's going to occur. Thirdly, I would mention it, and maybe because I'm in that field, the political literacy of Nigerians is so bad that's Nigerians generally, that even the politicians are not aware of a lot of things that exist. So what happens in Nigeria is that we practice a culture, and culture, of course, is defined as a way of life. We practice a culture of politics, not what our laws say. Like, I'll give an example. You have a limit on finance for, let's say, local government chairman in Osun State, just an example. And that's the state where you find them selling, the limit is 50 million. You find them selling a form 35 million. So if a form is sold 35 million, well, they've already exceeded the campaign because they're going to talk to their party members to get them in. They're going to spend money during campaigns. You see, and we all break these laws constantly, financially, within the election. We break laws to protect people. We even go as far, and this is I think it's section 92(1), I think, in the Electoral Act, which clearly states that no state apparatus or media can be used in an election. No state apparatus or media. I'm paraphrasing, it's not exactly that, but it means that. Now, here's the conversation. You see state apparatus being used at will during elections. This is not even state apparatus alone for Osun State. State apparatus of competing governors from the same WhatsApp group. I didn't say party, so I can't be held. So the same WhatsApp group, they all appear, and they're using state apparatus to influence an election. That is totally against the laws of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. But these things continue and we take them as normal. They've even become so normal, they're becoming tradition. As long as we keep maintaining these traditions, which I've aforementioned and this I mentioned, you cannot have a civilized democracy in Nigeria. It will not happen. Because people and everybody, the politicians are oblivious of what we have as our laws. The people are more distant. I can tell you, 1 in maybe 1,000 Nigerians have opened the Electoral Act. And in most cases, one of them, that one is a lawyer.
Very profound thoughts there to reflect on our choices as well. From Ejigbo, Ede to be precise, not Ejigbo now, from Ede to where we are now in Ilesha, we've seen the people jubilating over the outcome of the exercise, depending on who their candidate of choice is. But there are significant points that we've also been trailing on from this particular point about how educated they are about the levels of responsibility that the electorate still must have in the protection of the vote, which is ensuring, that what is declared at the polling unit is what is reflected on the IRF portal. What are your thoughts on that level of investedness in the process is, and who should be taking responsibility of this very critical part of voter education?
Well, first and foremost, it is clear that voter education is vested in INEC, also vested in the National Orientation Agency. I can't say I don't want to play down anybody's work, but it's critical to note at this time that we have 82% of Nigerians politically illiterate. And at that point, if 82% are politically illiterate, it will involve a lot of NOA workers and INEC workers and not citizens. And it puts us in a very dire corner, because the fact that we do not understand the processes, the fact that we do not understand what needs to be done, the fact that we do not clearly get what we are supposed to be doing generally as a country and how we are going to do it. If you do not understand the way the system works, if people are not taught how the system works, then what is the essence of a democracy? A democracy in any civilized nation, and I'm not going to use America, somewhere like Sweden or somewhere else, I would say in every it depends on the democratic climate depends exactly on the knowledge of the citizens. You can't tempt a democracy if people do not understand how a democracy works. So if you don't understand the processes, the people governing don't understand the process, the people who are electing do not understand the process, what more do you expect? You see candidates in an election generally having conversations on things outside, like Osun. Right. I watched the conversation there, and you see people talking outside the conversation, outside the jurisdiction of their political offices.
All right, Mr. Lawal, thank you so much. You're coming through even at short notice. Mr. Kunle Lawal is the Executive Director of Electoral College, joining us to give his remarks and comments on these issues as far as the election of today is concerned. Thank you, sir. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
A fine place to anchor.
Don't forget.
But before we go, what's the percentage of results upload on the IRF portal?
I'm looking at IRF. We have 69.92% so far uploaded. Good progress, if you ask me. This is barely less than 5 hours or so.
Post election conclusion.
So if we have about 69.9, maybe before Olivia is going to be 70, we should be able to confidently say if it progresses like this.
Yeah.
There's sometime maybe around 9 o'clock or maybe before midnight, the latest, we should have all of the results uploaded on IRF portal. So we should be expecting the announcement of the result either tonight or early hours of tomorrow, because it's very clear right here. But don't forget, Channels Television is on. We will just wrap up our segment because at 7 o'clock, 7 p.m. Nigerian time. Our political editor, Sean Okibale, and the guys on ground in the field will be taking charge to take you all the way to somewhere around 9 to almost 10 o'clock when our news at 10 will come live. So we are on ground as Channels TV to cover every bit and nook and cranny of this election. By the way, I did say that I was reporting to the people that the governor's polling unit result had not been uploaded. It has now been uploaded. But I'm not going to tell you the result.
So you go check the IRA portal yourself.
I have the result. So the other contenders, we're also going to look at them, as I said, because the idea was to say, don't just get excited and run away. Make sure the results are uploaded. Bukola, you have any story for us as we wrap up? We have concluded by now. More stories will come your way shortly. Perhaps, in the wrap-up before our political editor begins the conversations. But don't forget, from polling unit, it then goes to the ward collation level, then the local government, and then the state collation center, which will be open very soon. And Channels Television has her eyes keen on that process. As soon as the State Collation Center opens, Channels Television will be live on ground. So stay with us through our continuing coverage of this off-cycle election, Osun Governorship Election 2026. From Jeffrey and I, we'll say our goodbyes now. I am Bukola Koka. And I'm Jeffrey Ozoma. Enjoy the rest of the broadcast.
Early risers set the tone at Unit 7 Okioja in Osogbo, turning out as early as 7:20 a.m., while INEC officials set up their polling gear. Long lines stretch across the center with a priority lane dedicated to seniors, while voters double-check their names on the registry. By 8:30 a.m. sharp, voting officially kicks off at Salvation Army Middle Primary School in Alekuwodo, Osogbo, where the elderly lead the charge, casting their ballots first.
Everything is peaceful because we have been expecting it. This election, it's for our own good.
It's peaceful, there's no problem. Everybody's going where is supposed to go and vote. I'm here to vote now. And I've seen my name on the list they pasted. And I want to go and do my social responsibility by voting.
Election monitors on the ground describe the atmosphere as calm, voicing hope that the peaceful order holds throughout the day.
It's about seeing the power of the thumb and how it determines who will govern the state for another 4 years. And that's a festival for me. You can see that voting has started and people are on the queue, and it's just, for now, going on very seamless.
You check your name and then you come with your card, PVC, and when you come with your card PVC, you give it to the presiding officer or the election official who look at it and then check now if the information on that PVC is also on the BVAS.
We have gone to at least 10 polling units. The process is going on well. There's a lot of enthusiasm amongst the voters, and they're ready and willing to exercise their democratic franchise. So I think that if this momentum is sustained, there won't be any problem in the electoral process.
Meanwhile, in Ilesha East Local Government Area, Unit 8, Ward 6, accreditation and voting run side by side without a hitch. However, over at polling unit 013 in Ejigbo local government area, tension bubbles up. Party agents demand the physical count of all ballot papers before voting starts, but electoral officials push back, warning that the standoff could derail the schedule. Elsewhere in Ejigbo local government area, some voters raised concerns over an alleged vote-buying operation by a political party in the area. They claim to have alerted security operatives, but allege that the officers have been reluctant to investigate the matter.
before the election, you know that they arrested some people who were in police uniform that were not police themselves. And so, but we are asking the DIG election and the CP election, all of them to check Modakoke immediately, because if that thing is real, then it's going to, we don't know what is happening. But the commitment we got from the police, is that they are going to do the best that they can, to make sure that they are upright for Nigeria and for the election.
With more than 2 million voters registered, Osun State stands at a critical juncture as citizens decide who earns the keys to the government house. Accompanied by his wife, Governor Ademola Adeleke arrives at polling unit 009, Ward 2, Abogunde Sagba in Ede North to perform his civic duty. His voting process hits a temporary snag following a technical glitch with the bimodal voter accreditation system, BVAS. The issue is eventually resolved, allowing him to then cast his ballot.
Authority information that there is one police officer that they brought to come and do an active job, the APC Osun, from Port Harcourt. They call his nickname London. He's here in Ede hiding. His own job is to come and destroy Ede and then avoid so that he can scare people, shooting so that they will not vote. So I'm calling the Inspector General of Police to take note. I'm calling all the security agencies to take note. They should redeploy him. We don't want him in Osun. We don't want violence in Osun. All we want is free and fair election so that people can perform their civic duty. That's one. And two, the pattern of voting should be from unit to ward and to local government.
Much like the incumbent, the governorship candidate of the All Progressives Congress, Mr. Bola Oyebamiji, arrives at his polling unit alongside his spouse, Sekinat. Speaking shortly after voting, Mr. Oyebamiji expresses confidence in the process, praising INEC and security agencies for maintaining order.
I've just voted, and I can see that people troop out en masse here. And every process is going peacefully. The INEC are here, the voters are here, and the police are here, the security operatives are here. And so far, my assessment is that everything is going peacefully here in Irewole, especially this unit. Well, so far everything is going on well. The election is going peacefully. The INEC are doing their job. At the same time, the security people are tending to where the report so far is that at one or two places where they want to cause trouble, the police are in charge.
Also performing his civic duty is the flag bearer of the African Democratic Congress, Mr. Najim Salam. While casting his vote, he raises concerns over the alleged exclusion of ADC party agents from gaining accreditation across several polling units.
The report of my agent being recognized in most of the wards across the state is worrisome and disturbing. All the agents in Ward 5 or ADC, they were not given tag. And it happened in 10 local governments across the state like this. So this process, I've reported to the authority and they are looking into it, because when they are counting the votes, it will be necessary for my agent to be recognized at the polling unit.
No fewer than 13 candidates are vying for the state's top seat in an election with over 2 million registered voters.
Come where culture flows. Stories live. And the rivers remind us we are one. Benny River Life.
Tonight, the votes have been cast, the ballot is being counted. The people of Osun State are waiting in the 30 local government areas of the state.
After a fierce contest, the campaign, the rhetorics, and the pitching of ideas to the people of the state, now the D-Day is here, and the people have decided. Who will it be? The leader of the state for the next 4 years. It's going to be another night of excitement, not only about the process, because it is the festival of democracy, but the excitement for the people of Osun State. If their vote will count. Welcome to the Election Night Special right here on Channels Television, your home for the news. I'm Sean Wakimbale. I'm being joined by my colleague, Mark Wilgon.
Indeed, it is a pleasure to be here, Shehu, because it has been quite a day indeed. The build-up to the elections have been wonderful. Initially, there were fears that violence could mar the elections. I think it's the first one we're getting highly contested as to whether or not the people will return the incumbent or whether the other contestants will take the day. Tonight we'll get to know as the night continues to wear on. But we do know that right now, the people of Osun State have decided.
Absolutely. Beyond the consideration of who wins, who loses, and perhaps whose emotion is going to be bruised in this exercise, because it's a case of someone who has to win and someone has to lose, isn't it?
It is a game. Isn't that what it is?
Absolutely.
There can only be one winner of this crown. Who takes it at the end of the day? That's what we get to know. What was the process like? Did INEC follow its own guidelines? What was the conduct of security agencies? This is some of the assessments that will be coming on, because as we do know, this is the last dress rehearsal, not just for INEC, but for all the other stakeholders ahead of the 2027 general elections.
Tonight is not going to be about us talking. We'll do less of the talking. You do more of the excitement, listening and watching all of the pictures, all of the sound bites, those who are excited and those who are not, those who are caught and those who are arrested. And you get all of the front seat excitement that will come with these 2.5 hours, 2 hours, 45 minutes of a show, a night special of the election in Osun State. What is going to be an additive for you tonight, for whatever you may be watching, is a collaboration between Channels Television and Yaga Africa. It is the ERAD, and that will come to you in the course of the program tonight. So, Markwe, I can't wait for us to unveil what we have on the ERAD, the dashboard, which allows us to be able to explore, break down the result, analyze the trend, look at who is winning, and look at, we may not be able to announce the result, but we can also be able to project and see who is in the lead, who is, what color is shaping the map of Osun State, which local government is swinging, and which one is being retained, the battleground, and who exactly is emerging as a contender in this race. That's what is going to happen.
It's a game changer, as a matter of fact. This ERA 2.0, which has now been deployed for the elections, we do know that citizens were supposed to be able to do this as well on the IREB. I believe that we'll get to know just how well that has worked, because it would seem that before now, in the 2023 elections, it was a source of major disappointment. But we do know that INEC has done its best to try and bring that back on stream. So we'll know the collaboration of, if that is working together with this new device, and what exactly we can expect ahead of 2027. Because for citizens, it has never been about election, casting of the ballot. It has always been what happens afterwards. The vote counting, the collation, whether what transpires at the polling units is what they see eventually happens at the major collation centers. So tonight we get to know if what happened at the polling units is a true reflection of what eventually transpires in the collation centers. That is the taste of the pudding in the eating.
What makes this even more exciting is the fact that there is a comparative analysis of the result. Yaga Africa has its PRVT, where they are monitoring how the election result came in, what is going in, side by side with what is going into the IREB. If there's any discrepancy, it's easily detected. And all of that is going to be displayed tonight. But, Mark, it started on a very interesting note today. A lot of excitement and enthusiasm we saw with the voters, young and old. Some of the old had a front seat at the polling units. They were allowed to go first. And this is what it looked like in most parts of Osun State today. in the 30 local government or so that we saw and monitored across the state, we saw people coming out. There's a lot of verve, there's a lot of excitement. It does look like the people of Osun State's political acumen came into play, and we see that play out today. And let me allow you to see some of the pictures of the early moment where the voting began in Osun State. For yourself, you take a listen. All right, it does look like the early hours of the day. Okay, this is what it's looking like, isn't it? That's the moment where the governor of Osun State, Ademola Adeleke, arrived in his polling unit in Ede, where he cast his ballot. Mark, where it was a day that a lot of people have thought that, yes, they will see the candidates come out. And it's some sort of excitement also when the report came in that Ademola Adeleke was the very first out of the candidates who came out. He came out pretty early, before 9 a.m. He was already calling at the polling booth.
Which is a good thing to see, Shimon, because INEC did say that voting needed to start at 8:30. INEC officials, fortunately, I'm here in Osun State as an observer. I have been observing alongside faculty members of the Kimpact Development Initiative, KDI, and we have had the privilege of going round. So I had the privilege of going all the way to Ife Central, and then monitoring also what happened around Ede, and then coming back to Osogbo to see some polling units. One of the things we noticed on our way to Ife was that a lot of the polling units had opened, which was a very pleasant surprise. At the time we were leaving, a lot of the INEC officials were there before 8 a.m. The question was, were the people going to come out? So it was a good thing to see him come out, because it immediately signaled to the people, it was a sort of message, if you ask me, that people should come out and vote. And so by the time we were on our way back through Ede South, his own local constituency, you should have seen the people at the polling units. They were in their numbers. Polling units that had about maybe 900, 1,000 to the expected number of voter turnout, were recording figures close to that. We did not count, but from what we could see, you know, the question was whether INEC was going to be able to cope, because the beavers initially in the morning had given some problems. So it was a good thing he came out. It would seem that that sent a signal, not just to his supporters, but at least to all the other people that, look, we need to take this seriously. If this election is highly contested, or is going to be, is going to be competitive, like we could see that it was going to be, then, you know, people needed to turn out, and on time as well. But clearly, INEC, this was possible because INEC deployed on time. The INEC officials were there when they said they were going to be, and fortunately for him, he was able to vote just before 9 o'clock.
Interesting scenario playing, and if you look at some of the pictures right on the screen, people getting out early in the day. Yes. It looked like it was going to rain. For some reason, it didn't rain here in Osogbo. I don't know if you're on your way to Ife, if you saw, if it poured, but it didn't. It never did here in Osogbo.
It's the August break, Sean. And today is August 15, right smack in the middle of August.
Absolutely.
August break proved true. Yes, we saw the clouds and we're wondering.
But the weatherman said that about 11 a.m. today was going to pour.
Yeah, and it didn't.
Whatever happened, it didn't.
Maybe the rainmakers were at it.
Yeah. if you're talking
they have been at it all over the state.
It's possible. I mean, if you talk about rainmakers, this is the home of some of those rainmakers. They could make magic happen. But if you look at it, this, I guess, was some of the scenarios and some of the scenes in Osogbo and some, I think this is in Alekuwodo, where voters called early in the morning. It's not only the voters that we saw, we also saw security operatives who called in at the polling unit, who are also mounting roadblocks. Voters are also expressing their views about the election, whether or not they are excited or not, because at some point in Ekiti, we saw quite a number of elderly who were not being able to be accredited by the Beavers because for some reason, maybe because of the wrinkles in their face or aging or something, things happen and the age were not allowed to go through the process the way they would have wanted, easily and conveniently. But this was the same. If you have not seen any of the pictures, you are able to catch up. This is what it looked like early in the day, and I'm talking about 6, 7, 8 hours ago when the vote opened, or the polling unit opened at 8:30 a.m. So let's show you what happened with security. We did cut up with the DIG who was sent to supervise the elections, and he had a few things to say to us when we had to ask him. Allegations were flying left, right, and center. Some of the candidates were alleging that there are people in the state who are here or sent to subvert the process. But this was the response of the DIG in charge of the elections.
We have 2 seasoned police officers in Ede. Gabriel Eliagu is in Ede, and the other person, Raymond Egbefre. In short, Raymond is the CP INEC in Abuja. He's the CP INEC in Abuja. That is why we sent him to Ede, because Ede is one of the volatile areas. So Raymond, who is the CP INEC, does not all the ethos of INEC. That's why we sent him there. So you can imagine, can that kind of person working with INEC compromise? Can he? So you know what we are doing. Everywhere is calm. Yes, you know Nigeria normal election there will be, big bat here and there. But the most important thing is that at the end of the day, it's going to be a free and fair, transparent and credible election that I can promise Nigeria.
How many people are in your custody right now?
We have about 100.
That are in your custody?
Yes, I can get 100 because, we have to. IG sent me to come and pacify and stabilize the states. So for the past 1 month, we've been going around picking them. Some people came from Ekiti, Ondo. You can name all sorts of ways just to come and disrupt this election. So we have some of them in custody. That I can guarantee Nigerians.
Give us an understanding about the issue of vote buying. And we are hearing, we're seeing this happening. Can you give, what are you doing to ensure?
Have you recorded anyone?
Yes, and we have captured here, somewhere in Ejibo.
The polling booth?
Yes. And money was seen.
I will confirm from the CP Ejibo. Confirm who is the CP Ejibo for me.
That DIG Erale there telling us they had 100 people in custody already, and the allegations of those who have been sent here unofficially, because Governor Adeleke was making those allegations and we are able to ask him. Let's go through the candidates. It's quite an interesting one. We've got the top contenders in the race, and we started by showing you what it looked like when Governor Adeleke showed up at his polling unit in Ede. When he showed up, he cast his ballot, and when he did, of course, thumb printing, and then going afterwards to put the ballot paper into the box. The sitting governor, a contender in the race, is pitching for the people of the state to retain him. Whether or not they will, the night will tell. Maybe early in the morning tomorrow we might know who will be accredited to be the next governor.
Who will be returned
by the people of Osun State. But let me allow you to listen to Governor Demola Adeleke, the Accord Party candidate in the Osun Governorship election 2026. Authority information that there is one police officer that they brought to come and do an active job, the APC Osun, from Port Harcourt. They call his nickname London. He's here in Ede hiding. His own job is to come and destroy Ede and then avoid so that he can scare people, shooting so that they will not vote. So I'm calling the Inspector General of Police to take note. I'm calling all the security agencies to take note. They should redeploy him. We don't want him in Osun. We don't want violence in Osun. All we want is free and fair election so that people can perform their civic duty. That's one. And two, the pattern of voting should be from units to wards and to local government. Not that they will take local government collation straight to state capital. That is not acceptable. That's a form of rigging. And I heard it on the authority that the APC have tried to rig have some fake ballot papers. I want also people to watch out for that too. And then we don't accept. Well, I will not accept that in Osun. Right now, as I'm voting right now, I just received a call in Modakeke and Obagu that police is aiding them to check them so that people can run away. And people are resolute. They just want to perform their civic duty. Let the security agency please be neutral and watch it. But I can assure you, at the end of the day, I have God on my side and I have my people on my side. I'm going to win this election. So far, so good. It's been peaceful. In my area here, I hope it's like that cut across. But it's not peaceful in Modakeke and of course in Obaogo. The police are aiding the APC to check people so that they will not vote. The thugs took the ballot board around the way. So we have already reported this to the security agencies. I hope they do something so that they will not turn Osun State into war zone. The governor of Osun State there and the candidate of the Accord Party.
Well, he was not the only one. Clearly, he was sending the signal, information available to him, intelligence perhaps that came to him the night before about what could have happened or what was happening in certain parts of the state. I'm sure that in the course of this program we'll get to speak with security agencies and also perhaps observers as to feelers on the ground with some of the allegations that he made at the beginning of the polls, because don't forget he was at the polls really, really early this morning. But he wasn't the only one who was able to cast his vote early. We understand that the candidate of the All Progressives Congress, Adebola Oyebamiji, was also able to cast his vote successfully in Ikire of Osun State.
I've just voted and I can see that people troop out en masse here and every process is going peacefully. The INEC are here, the voters are here, and the police are here, the security operatives are here. And so far, my assessment is that everything is going peacefully here in Irewole, especially this unit.
Okay, from the information we received so far, you know the polling units in the area of what is the report?
Well, so far everything is going on well. The election is going peacefully. The INEC are doing their job. At the same time, the security people are attending to where the report so far is that about one or two places where they want to cause trouble. The police are in charge. I think.
Indeed, the candidate of the APC, Bola Oyebamiji, is popularly known in the campaign as Ambo. He also did cast his ballot, not only as candidate but also as a rightful eligible citizen and electorate in the race. So not only him, we also were able to catch the candidate of the ADC, that's Najim Salam, Dr. Najim Salam, who cast his ballot in Ejigbo, is also in Osun West, Central District of Osun State. And this was what it looked like when he got out amongst his supporters and those who are in this polling unit who came out with him to experience him cast his vote. But afterwards, he's got a few things to say about the process.
So far, so good. The report of my agent being recognized in most of the wards across the state is worrisome and disturbing. Despite the fact that we uploaded all the names of our party agents, especially in Nijibu here, all the agents in Ward 5 for ADC, they were not given tag. And it happened in 10 local governments across the state like this. So this process, I've reported to the authority and they are looking into it, because when they are counting the votes, it will be necessary for my agent to be recognized at the polling unit. So outside that, in the Jibu local government, we are doing it. No crisis for now. I want to believe it goes like this till the end of the whole exercise. As it is, we don't have, except that the party agent, which is a lot to me. If you do not have party agent, you can know, you understand what it means. And all the names have been uploaded onto the platform of INEC. I don't know why we are going denying us of having the party agent now. We canvass for the people, we let them know our programs, and that is exactly what we do. Vote buying is out of it. I have never in my life buy vote. People will decide whom they want, and I think it should be very fair enough for them to have the right to choose whom they prefer as the candidate or as the governor of the state.
Well, that was the candidate of the ADC in the elections. Don't forget that a former governor, yes, of this state, Rahul Faregbeshola, is a stalwart of the ADC in the state, and of course they have stakes to prove ahead of the 2027 general election. So you could hear him there about his complaints, the fact that some of his own agents were unable to be accredited before the start of the polls, and he fears that could affect their presence in the collation centers when the results are being collated. Well, he wasn't the only one who was able to vote. We also have a former governor of the state, immediate past governor of the state, who is the current minister for marine and blue economy, who was also able to cast his vote in his hometown of Iragbiji. I'm speaking about Mr. Boyega Oyetola, who also cast his vote there.
Well, let me first of all commend the security agencies for doing a wonderful job. I commend INEC too for ensuring that materials are here early enough. And I want to thank our people for coming out en masse to vote. The turnout has been very impressive, and I believe it's going to be like that all over the state. Our state is known for peace, so the tag of violence should not be our own. That's the state of the virtue, so I expect a good result.
All right, that's the former governor and the Minister of Marine and Blue Economy who cast his ballot earlier today. But it's not the only one. We got on the other side also the Deputy Governor, Mr. Adewusi, who says the poll was largely peaceful and raised concern over the beavers malfunction. Take a listen to the Deputy Governor, Mr. Adewusi.
The exercise started on a very good note this morning here. The INEC people reported on time. The security operative, they reported on time, and everything was going on smoothly. without any issues. Not until we started experiencing malfunctioning of the beavers machine. Thank God we called the attention of the INEC to it, and they acted promptly, which makes the exercise very smooth. The APC deputy governorship candidate came in, probably to know what is happening, but on getting here, one of his staff, I don't know, the guy saw that complexion like this, started pointing to some people that they should arrest them. And he started slapping some people. And people who rose up to the occasion and said, look, in what capacity are you ordering the arrest of people? And in what capacity are you beating people? So it became a little bit rough. Though he was apprehended at the end of the day, I think he is still being remanded in Osogbo now for questioning, so that they are properly in there. Well, that will have led to the disruption of voting in this unit in the early hour of the process in the morning. But thank God, everything subsided and the voting continued. Up to this moment, you can see they are doing the sorting out now, and they will count it, then the result will be announced. So that was exactly what happened. But there are issues of vote buying in some areas within Ife, which actually some of them were apprehended in Moreward. So they apprehended them. I think they have picked the person through again to the office of either the DSS or the SIB for questioning. So I don't know what has happened right now.
Yes. Deputy Governor Adewusi there when he apparently this was in Ile-Ife. He's one of the big wigs, some of the heavyweights coming from Ife. You know, there are 4 local governments of Ife. So the 4 Ifes are very strong, and you've got to appeal to the Ifes if you want to win this election. You've got to appeal to the Olorundas, to the Osogbo local government, the Irepodo, the Borikways local government. You've got to appeal to the Ijesha people in the Ijesha land, and you've got to also let the people of Ede know that you're on their side. You've got to be able to get all of these votes. You know, it's not only winning and winning in the getting the highest number of votes. The Constitution has stipulated 2 factors that will give you the emergence or make you emerge as a winner. The spread, the 2/3 majority across all of the local government areas in the state, and you must have the highest number of votes cast in an election. But so all of these local governments are important. Over 100,000 votes in almost 10 local government. Call them the KKK local government areas of Osun State. You've got to be able to appeal to the voters there to be able to coast home. But in what we've seen so far, the issue of vote buying has become a phenomenon, a disastrous one that is concerning. And it was in Ejigbo that our cameras were able to catch that scenario playing out, where we obviously saw some of the voters who are on the other side of the divide, who are alleging that a certain political party is aiding voters. And you can see what they show as evidence. What they did is to give a tally. So you get a tally to collect your money. So the tally, call it the early age of exchange of value before the currency, the money came. This is a form of where I voted, you show the vote, you collect the tally, and you go collect the money. And this erupted into some kind of argument, and you can see the agitated voters there.
Well, it does appear that there's a whole economy around elections we'll find very difficult. So what we're saying right now, also that the electorate are now beginning to get complacent. Because in some instances, I think that's why instead of using terms like vote buying, you now have vote trading. Because people cannot buy what it is that you are not selling. So
it's a two-way.
It's a two-way street. Interestingly, the legal term for it, you understand, is voter inducement. Now, I think that we can always speak to lawyers as to the nitty-gritty of this term. But it would seem that in my own ordinary interpretation of inducement, it means that somebody is trying to lure the other person. In some other instances, people still have the right. The question is whether they choose to exercise it and how freely can they do so, because we do know that the way these things work is that if you do not cooperate or if you are refusing to take certain things and there is no protection, nobody wants to be risking his or her life, especially if you're in a place where it's not safe. If you looked at somebody who is refusing to cooperate with people who are doing things like this. But the strategy we also know is evolving from what we also saw on the ground. You understand that people were cooperating with locals who were selling things around that area. So you might find somebody who is frying bones or frying very early in the morning, and that is the agent through whom these things are passed. So we'll wait and see. It's a good thing that this one was uncovered and citizens themselves were the ones able to do so. The question is, how widespread was this, and what impact did it have on the results that we're going to be seeing tonight? Will this continue to be the case in our elections? What new strategies will continue to be discovered? We do know that 15,000 plus policemen were deployed, and this is not counting NSCDC officials, counting EFCC officials, counting NDLEA officials. What role do they have in making sure that things like this do not happen in our polls, especially as we go on to the big one in 2027? These are questions, legitimate questions to ask. But they're talking about the things that happen, things that we do not like to see that eventually happen in this polls. Violence was also one of them, Shewan. I believe that you have a number of places where...
in the same Ejigbo.
Oh, dear.
And my colleague Kumbi Aboluwade did a fantastic job being able to allow herself and her camera to see beyond the surface and go deeper. As a journalist, your instinct will tell you where the story lies. And we were able to capture the violence which erupted in Ejigbo following an outbreak of violence at the polling unit area during the governorship election. The incident was reportedly a case which began after a youth discovered materials alleged to be linked to vote buying belonging to the APC, according to them, allegedly. According to the youth, he and others seized the materials because they could not stand by and watch what they described as an illegal activity take place without taking action. The situation reportedly escalated when individuals said to be associated with the materials arrived at the scene and allegedly attempted to whisk the youth away. That was what our reporter is able to bring out of that situation in Ejigbo. And of course,
again, raising question as to the role of security agencies, because clearly this was left in the hands of ordinary citizens who took matters into their own hands, who were vigilant enough to say, there's something fishy is going on here, and they flagged it and handled it their own way. The question was, where were security agencies when such a thing was being flagged? We just saw one or two policemen in these visuals here. So clearly they were there, but it looked like they were just looking at what was going on there.
The guy was whipping the other guy.
Yes.
And I'm what?
Like, I'm arresting you. I'm taking matters into my own hands. We don't want you here.
There's such thing as citizen arrest.
Arrest,
right?
But that's not how to arrest someone.
Whipping him,
you don't
like whip a horse. so interesting. But Kumbi also reported and gave us some clues as to some of the details of what she found out in our journey, or should I call it foray, in covering this election today. My colleague Kumbi Aboluwade.
It's been such an eventful day here in Osun State as the governorship election takes place across all 30 local government areas of the state. Now, one of the local governments, Ejigbo, is where I and my cameraman, Quadri, kept vigil for the better part of the day. There are quite a number of notable things that happened in the local government area during the electioneering process. We witnessed violence erupt in polling unit 13 Ward 4, which led to the abrupt stop of the voting process. Also noteworthy is the fact that polling unit is the polling unit of the AVC governorship candidate for this election. Also in some other polling units, voters lamented the slow pace of the electioneering process and attributed it to hitches by beavers, as well as just having one beavers in a polling unit that has about 981 voters. I can tell you that aside from 1-2 violent situations witnessed, the process was largely peaceful, and most importantly, voters expressed optimism and exercising this civic responsibility of theirs. I mean, we saw some even bring their breakfast box to the polling booth as early as 7 a.m. But that's the situation we witnessed in Ejigbo local government area. From the Osun State capital, Kumbi Aboluade, Channels Television News.
All right, Kumbi. Looks like she's really getting her game together, and I'm excited about the manner in which she approaches her job these days. Very exciting, isn't it?
That's commendation from the boss.
And then a lot of people are waiting to see the ERAD in action, waiting to see what the result is looking like. There's a huge number of results. We're hitting almost 2,000 polling units in the IREV. The ERAD is putting those figures and those results into the map, and the colors of the different political parties are giving us a pattern. We are looking at who is in the lead right now. I'm going to go in a moment to the screen, but that is going to be after the break. Markwe, it's good to see you on this side.
It's good to be here on this side, Sheon. This is the side I'm always on. This is my regular side. I think the side that was unusual. I was being on the field, it was a good feeling. Absolutely.
Especially coming into Osun State. And it meant that, maritally, that means something, isn't it? All right. I'm not going to let the cat out of the bag, because she only can tell you what that means to her, Osun State. But we'll take a break, everyone. When we return, we go to the screen, and ERAD will be unveiled tonight. What is the result? What are you expecting? What is your vote looking like? What are the patterns? Who is in the lead? We'll let the cat out of the bag after this break, everyone. Stay with us.
Wires and cables. World-class quality built to last.
In a world moving faster than ever, Nigeria doesn't just need graduates. Nigeria needs builders.
At ATM, you're learning from people who've actually done it. Founders who've built companies, CEOs running major organizations, innovators solving real problems across Africa. And here's the thing, you're not just sitting in class taking notes. You're building. You're working on actual solutions. You're leading from day one. It's not about waiting for the right opportunity to come. It's about creating it yourself. This is where you become the kind of person Africa needs right now. A builder, a problem solver, someone ready to lead.
Our website, channelstv.com, has more information on our top stories and others. Subscribe and watch Channels Television's live stream on YouTube and other social media platforms using your mobile device browser. or download the Channels TV app for Android and iOS devices from their respective stores. You can also watch us via your smart TV platforms on Apple TV, Android TV, Fire TV, and Roku. Channels Television. Ubiquitous.
The Petroleum and Natural Gas Senior Staff Association of Nigeria, Pengasin, warmly welcomes invited guests and members to the 5th edition of the Pengasin Energy and Labor Summit 2026. Theme: Strengthening Regulatory Frameworks as a Catalyst for Stability and Growth in Nigeria's Oil and Gas Industry. Date: Wednesday the 19th to Friday the 21st of August 2026. Venue: Congress Hall, Transcorp Hilton, Abuja. Time: 10 a.m. daily. Special guests of honor: Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Minister of Labor, Employment and Productivity, Minister of State for Petroleum Resources. Keynote speakers: NUPRC's Chief Executive, NMDPRA's Chief Executive, NMPC Limited's GCEO, ESPTDF, MD Total Energies Nigeria Limited, MD ExxonMobil Nigeria Limited, MD NLNG. The event will conclude with a gala night on Friday, the 21st of August 2026, featuring presentation of awards to the winners of the Pengasin National Essay Competition for Secondary Schools in Nigeria. Chief host: Comrade Engineer Festus Osifo, President Pengasin. Announcer: Comrade Jerry Ama, General Secretary Pengasin.
Coleman wires and cables. World-class quality built to last.
Thanks so much, everyone, for staying with us. This is Channels Television continued coverage of the Osun Governorship Election 2026. It's a big election night, and this is our special telling you about the trend, the result, the exercise, the patterns of figures in the exercise, and our partnership with Yaga Africa in ensuring that your vote count, monitoring the exercise, not only what was done, but also the outcome of it. I'm being joined on this side of the set by the Executive Director of Yaga Africa, an election and democracy expert and advocate, Mr. Samson Itodo, who is equally a lawyer. Thank you so much, Samson.
Thanks for having me. Always a delight.
Thank you, and congratulations once again for ERA 2.0, which we will be unveiling in a moment.
The second iteration.
We are able, a lot of you will may be asking, what is ERA? It's a dashboard that helps you to break down the election result. It's an analysis dashboard, and when we do that, it makes sense of the result. We are monitoring and tracking what INEC and the officials are putting into the IREV, which is the viewing portal where results are being dumped. So when that happens, we have a way of verifying the result on the back end. We aggregate those results and we put them into map, into patterns for you to understand basically and have an understanding while waiting for INEC to announce the result officially. We are able to show you what exactly is going on. But beyond all of that, before we get into it, because I'm seeing the color codes of the political parties, who is in the lead, what local government, and it's clearly showing who is winning the local government areas in the yellow, in the red. Red now for APC, which I'm going to be showing you later. Yellow for the Accord Party. So once you see it, you are able to know who is winning what and what local government is in the bag for which of the political parties. But first and foremost, let's give you a sense of what happened today. An appreciation or appraiser of what INEC did and what INEC did not do. What the security operatives also were up to.
You know what, Sean, before we take a deep dive into this data set, perhaps when we go to the ERAD portal, it's important for those at home to know that everything we do is based on INEC's data. So it's based on the official data that's already on the IREV. And we don't declare results because INEC is the institution that is responsible for declaring results. All we are simply doing with the ERAD is taking the results from the IREV and bringing them to your screens so you can follow the results through. It's our own accountability mechanism. And as you will see from the dashboard, we already spotted, some issues with some of the results uploaded on the portal. And we hope that INEC will ensure that it corrects whatever anomalies exist within the entire results management process. But as you know, the results move from the polling unit to the ward, from the ward to the local government, and the local governments to the state. There are two conditions that must be met before a winner emerges. First, you need majority of the votes, and second, you need 25% of votes in 20 of the 30 local governments. It's important to emphasize this before we take a deep dive into the data set.
So legally speaking, if you win, if you have the highest number of votes, but you do not make the 2/3,
yes. 25% in 20 local governments.
That 2/3 is 20 local government. What happens?
Then a winner will not emerge.
So what happens if INEC is not able to declare a winner?
Then INEC will have to conduct a runoff.
A second ballot.
And there's also a condition that the criteria for determining who makes it to a runoff, because it's not all the candidates. First is the candidate with the highest number of votes, but then is the second candidate with the highest number of votes in the highest number of local governments. So it's not really cast in stone who will be on the ballot when it comes to a runoff. But you know what? We are not there yet. We have to wait.
And that scenario may not happen.
And that scenario
may not happen. It may not happen.
But it's our.
But what I can tell you, the secret I can tell you, all this, believe me when I tell you some of these things, is that it is a keenly contested race.
It is.
Remember what happened in a year where 482 votes determined the winner of this election.
That's right.
Are we going to see that kind of scenario? I'm not going to give you the details. Just hold your breath, right? And you will be able to uncover it. But something, let's get into what really happened today. From Yaga Africa's PRVT process, you are able to detect how early, how sluggish, how fast INEC is able to deploy, and the presence of security. But this is the timing and the presence of polling unit agents and the activation of the polling unit. What did you discover?
I think first, in Ekiti, we did a thumbs up for INEC. I think that they also deserve some commendation, because when you look at the arrival of materials and personnel at the polling units, by 8:30 a.m., in 78% of polling units, accreditation had commenced.
what that tells you is that despite the challenge with the delay of the reprinted ballot papers, INEC was still able to open most of the polling units early. And by 9:30 a.m., in 97% of polling units, accreditation and voting had commenced. So when you think about the opening, it was quite a commendable exercise.
All right. The message is, Professor Amupito, if you are watching right now, and you and your colleagues, what this signal is that this is a test case for the 2027 election. And if there is anything one can take away from here, is that INEC has incredibly improved on
when it comes to logistics.
Yeah. Don't forget, 2011, 2015, 2023, logistics has always been INEC's problem. We've cancelled the general elections on the election day.
We can actually compare. Let's compare 2026 and 2022 based on the sampled polling units where Yaga Africa deployed. In Osun, that's 2026, you can see by 8:30 a.m. accreditation had commenced, and then by 10:30 a.m. it moved to 99%. But in 2022, it was 41%, and then 96% by 10:30 a.m. So when you look at this data, compare 2022 and 2026, with respect to commencement, this was a marked improvement.
Absolutely, which is a good sign.
Yes.
Because if you've got a problem, which INEC has always, and I keep saying it, INEC's major problem is logistics.
Yes.
And on election day, we've seen it happen. INEC had to say elections has been postponed because they could not get the ballot in. But now we get to print ballot papers right here in Nigeria, which lessen
the local production of ballot papers and result sheet is a welcome development. Nigeria has everything it takes, to produce its own materials, and we're glad to see that this is really happening. So when you look at, in terms of presence of security agencies, they were in 98% of the polling units. In one of the polling units I visited today, there were only 3 officials, and guess the number of police officers that were there? 14. 14 police officers were deployed to one particular polling unit.
And this can
they had only 3 officials.
Election.
Exactly, and there were only 265 registered voters. So there's this massive sort of deployment of security agents. But there are some issues, and I'm sure when we go into the data, we clearly see how some of them perform.
There may be a sense of over-militarization of our electoral process. But I do say that if you are taught in secondary school or in university, and your students are notorious for cheating in class, you will deploy
more
invigilators to put a microscope when you know that this guy. So when we do not have a process that in itself is full proof of this kind of discrepancy that we see, and we've had a history of violence in the last weeks leading to this election that is concerning. One cannot take away the fact that you cannot say the authorities should open their eyes or leave all of these things and allow people being killed on election day or the process being disrupted. They will be heavily criticized. What I'm concerned with was the process free of violence to a large extent. With the deployment, I think if they are able to achieve that goal, the security agencies should give themselves kudos.
Yeah, when you look at the presence of party agents, there were 3 dominant parties in this race, and they deployed in this manner. In 99% of the sampled polling units where we deployed, Accord Party had party agents. Same with the APC. So you see that these are the 2 contending forces in this particular race, and this may not necessarily be a third force, but at least we'd never know what the results would say. But they deployed to 67% of polling units. Now, Sharon, let's look at the beavers. This was a topical issue in this election. From over 726 polling units, where the Election Observation Hub deployed observers, there were 58 incidents where beavers malfunctioned. And of this, 41 cases were resolved and polling continued. I think one thing that this really says, there are several issues that this has thrown up. First, we need to resolve this challenge with respect to validation of voters, especially facial recognition. I felt so bad for several elderly people who couldn't pass through this validation process. And you could see the joy on the faces of those who were accredited. it tells you that level of political engagement and interest. And for them, it was like, oh, this was really a Eureka moment that they celebrate. But we need to resolve this issue. And this is the point about auditing the BVAS and the IRF. And the call again is made to INEC that we've got to audit the technologies if we really care about inspiring public trust in the technologies that we deploy. Because when these technologies that are meant to enhance the credibility of the process make it difficult for voters to get accredited, it constitutes a huge problem, and it could blight, the trust that is being built with successive elections.
And you know what, just like your WhatsApp that has a two-way authentication, and that is what, just a moment before you take it away, that is what the BVAS has always done, because there's the biometrics and the fingerprint, which says before you get through the accreditation, your card, your PVC must match and be able to go through the verification with the BVAS. The details on your card must match the details has been imputed on the BVAS. So the sensitivity, because in Ekiti the same thing happened where we saw the elderly are not being accredited. Because, and sometimes when your thumb is going to be used for verification, they ask you to go wash it off. So, a lot of things happen. And the sensitivity of the device needs to be looked into.
I think
maybe an update on the software.
And I think Nigerians need to know why the revalidation process of our voter register was very important. Yes, it was a good choice not to continue with the revalidation because we're close to an election. You don't do a revalidation exercise close to election. You wait after the general election. But INEC needs to prioritize the revalidation exercise immediately after the 2027 elections as we build towards 2031. And some of these issues are largely attributed to the fact that the revalidation was not conducted, coupled with the fact that there are some, technological updates that need to be made to the systems that we use for voter accreditation. Now, let's go to the dark side of today's elections. We've talked about the good side and where INEC got it right. These are some of the issues. Now, if you look at the Kuka Center's Election Security Information Hub, which is part of the Election Observation Hub, there were 323, electoral offenses and irregularities as of 12 p.m. this afternoon. And this was contained in the statement that was released. But shall we just look at the screen? Which of these has the highest number of offenses? Vote trading. Over 103 cases of buying and selling of votes really happened in today's elections. And it's really unfortunate that you are recording that. You look at multiple voting, there were 12 cases. There were inducement of polling and security officials. This was allegedly reported. There were 38 incidents of campaigns at polling units, voter impersonation, 14 incidents, misconduct by election officials, 7, obstruction of voters. Now, this was very troubling because there were reports where, whether they were thugs that were intimidating voters who were standing on the queue. And this happened even though isolatedly, but the fact that you have 31 cases of obstruction really could lead to voter suppression. And then 85 cases of exposure of ballot paper. Some of the polling units I went to today, it was just disappointing to see voters expose how they actually cast their ballot. And there is a connection between, this act and that. And
Mark said it earlier. The right word to use is vote trading.
Yes.
Which has a legal implication, inducement. So, of course, it can induce the voters or the security operatives. But, most largely, the offense is inducement. Vote trading is a generic term to be used for either the buyer or the seller. Everyone is a sinner in that sense, and is a criminal.
And a lawbreaker, by the way, because it's against the law to do that. So far, so good. This is just a snapshot, of what has really transpired. As at noon.
The full day report hasn't come in.
And that's why it's really there, that as at noon, reports from 726 polling units.
Guess what? If you asked me last night to predict what could be infractions that would come out of this election, I would say maybe triple this figure because of what the incident
the build up to the elections.
But
that's right.
I thought that the presence of security that we saw, and you cannot take it away from the people of Osun State, they are resilient. They are politically sound.
No, can we commend the people of Osun?
They stood their ground in their own turf.
And they protected their vote.
Yes.
And that's really interesting.
And it happened in any of the strongholds.
Yes.
So if you were strong here, they stood their ground. All the other political parties, you will see them standing their ground. And in fact, I see multiplicity of, and perhaps the result will give us an understanding of how widespread the results are looking. But generally, something, if you look at the IREV to the ERAD, what we have, the total number of polling unit results we are expecting is 3,763, and so far, what has come into the ERAD is 1,325.
But
the results that are pending is 2,438. We still have a long way.
We still have a long way. Yeah.
On the IREF, that's what we're monitoring. We're looking at how these results are coming in. Well, take a look at this, for example.
I think just to mention that, yes, when you look at the IREF, you have over 2,900. I'm sure it probably gets up to 3,000 now. But the ERAD business process, it's not just taken directly from the IREF. There has to be some verification. So I guess within the next hour, this might change. And it's important to say that this is an ongoing process. But people can also visit the portal, erad.ng, erad.ng, to follow the live updates on this. But when you look at this, show, and you were going to say something, we're clearly, based on the results that are already on IREF, there are some issues regarding whether it's overvoting or reconciliation errors or mismatch and incomplete sheets. And you can see that there are some gaps because those results are currently on the portal. And from the results, there are about some cases where you have reconciliation errors. And this is the beauty of the ERAD.
Absolutely.
Because it's able to detect some anomalies on the result sheets by just, this
analyzing
it. And
during the business process of cleaning it up and finding out.
And what that tells you is that these errors would need to be rectified during collation. And so whatever you're seeing on the IREF, please note that at collation, the collation officers are required, to look at these errors and try to resolve them.
So if you look at it, what excites me, again, in the process is that there were times that the quality of what you see on the IREF is horrible.
Yes.
Some people just snap things and just dump it on the IREF. But we
there were days when there were plate of rice and
slippers, shoes, and
but we don't see that
now,
these days.
Legible result sheet rate is 99.6%. It gives us an idea of how much we are able to process faster when we are able to clean up the result. But take a look at it. I know a lot of people are willing to find that. So based on the local government areas, this is what we know now. The number of results per local government that has come, and you will soon see what this means. If East seems to have the most at the moment, followed by Iraq, if enough, you can see more of the result coming in that order. So so far, about 1,325 results have come into the ERAD platform, and we're processing it for you, and you will be able to make sense of the entire process and its outcome. But Samson, give us an idea of the PRVT and ERAD and the IREF. What is the correlation?
So there are several correlations. So first, the IREF is based on the results declared at the polling unit, the EC8As. The ERAD takes those EC8As, analyzes them, and visualizes them. What the PRVT does, which is a process result for verification and transparency, we deploy observers to a random sample of polling units. So we use statistical principles. And because we do that and we deploy to those polling units, we collect information on the process and the results. And because of the methodology, we are able to do three things. The first one is we can attest to the accuracy of the results, announced by INEC, and we can show if there has been any manipulation across different levels. And the third one is that the PRVT serves as a check on the ERAD and the IREV, because the results from the PRVT are based on the results declared at the polling unit before they were transmitted online on the IREV.
So if there's a major problem, if there's a discrepancy, there will be...
I can tell you in the next 3 to 4 hours, when the data from PRVT has been cleaned and our confidence level are high, you will see them on the ERAD platform, and you see the triangulation. We look at INEC's results, you look at the ERAD, and then you look at PRVT, and it can show you the margins of error. If you go to Ekiti on the portal, you clearly see an illustration of this.
Well, maybe I should go through the election result, but not just yet.
Not just
But thank you so much, Samson, for speaking with us on these. In a moment, we'll take a break, but when we come back, I will go to the election result, show you the pattern, who is winning, who is in the lead. I know you want to know. Stick around with us, everyone. We'll be right back.
The day begins with news gathering and research.
We need to confirm the story. Directors.
As well as policymakers.
From the business districts to the corporate, the policies, actions, and even inactions of both the fiscal and the monetary authorities make impact.
90% of Nigeria's economy is in the informal sector, just like this market. And take, for example, they're impacted by government policies like inflation rates. Prices keep going up.
Well, trading is fast and mostly virtual. Get the top stories that set your investing agenda.
Beyond Africa, we got you covered. It's a full menu for you every weekday. Business Morning and Business Incorporated, only on Channels Television.
Our wildlife is world famous. It drives our growing tourism industry. But it's increasingly under threat.
Welcome to Wild Africa,
a new TV series taking you behind the scenes, bringing you up to speed, meeting wildlife champions, fighting to protect our heritage and our future. Wild Africa, showing on Channels Television.
Hello and welcome to One to One. Our guest today is quite the remarkable individual.
I know I'm putting you in an incredibly difficult position.
Well, tourism was so alien. People thought we were crazy.
The world has always recognized the creative genius of Nigerians. But what has it meant to you personally?
Game-changing discussions on the big ideas that shape our thinking.
We've been very focused on trying to accomplish something that is typically not done.
You have to be deliberate. That's the point I'm making.
But it appears that things have gotten worse. So what happened? How did we get here?
Let people think. Let people be bold. And the country can change.
This is One to One.
Early risers set the tone at Unit 7 Okioja in Osogbo, turning out as early as 7:20 a.m., while INEC officials set off their polling gear. Long lines stretch across the center with a priority lane dedicated to seniors, while voters double-check their names on the registry. By 8:30 a.m. sharp, voting officially kicks off at Salvation Army Middle Primary School in Alekuwodo, Osogbo, where the elderly lead the charge, casting their ballots first.
Everything is peaceful because we have been expecting it. This election is for our own good. You know what at a federal level, what is that? So we want something in our own area too.
It's peaceful. There's no problem. Everybody is going where is supposed to go and vote. I'm here to vote now, and I've seen my name on the list listed, and I want to go and do my social responsibility by voting.
Election monitors on the ground describe the atmosphere as calm, voicing hope that the peaceful order holds throughout the day.
The vibe that you bring to it is the real-timeness of capturing the voters, and that's what this thing is about. It's about seeing the power of the thumb, and how it determines who will govern this state for another 4 years. And that's a festival for me. You can see that voting has started, and people are on the queue, and it's just, for now, going on very seamless.
You check your name, and then you come with your card, PVC, and when you come with your card, PVC, you give it to the presiding officer or the election official who look at it and then check. And now, if the information on that PVC is also on the beavers, and then to now authenticate that, look, you are the owner of this thing, because your biometric, your fingerprints and your facials are already in that particular place.
Moving over to Ede, Governor Ademola Adeleke arrives at polling unit 009-02 Abogunde compound, Ede North, to perform his civic duty. After which he raises noticeable concerns about the process.
Authority information that there is one police officer that they brought to come and do an active job, the APC Osun, from Port Harcourt. His nickname London. He's here in Ede hiding. His own job is to come and destroy Ede and then avoid, so that he can scare people, shooting, so that they will not vote. So I'm calling the Inspector General of Police to take note. I'm calling all the security agencies to take note. They should redeploy him. We don't want him in Osun. We don't want violence in Osun. All we want is free and fair election, so that people can perform their civic duty. That's one. And two, the pattern of voting should be from unit to ward and to local government.
Meanwhile, in Ilesha East Local Government Area, Unit 8, Ward 6, accreditation and voting run side by side without a hitch. However, over at polling unit 013 in Ejigbo Local Government Area, tension bubbles up. Party agents demand the physical count of all ballot papers before voting starts. But electoral officials push back, warning that the standoff could derail the schedule.
A total of 594 registered voters are expected at this unit. The voting base of ADC governorship candidate Najim Salam. Civil society groups praise the strong turnout, calling on security agents to stay vigilant and maintain absolute order.
Now, before the election, you know that they arrested some people who were in police uniform that were not police themselves. And so, but we are asking the DIG election and the CP election, all of them to check Modakoke immediately, because if that thing is real, then it's going to, we don't know what is happening. But the commitment we got from the police, is that they are going to do the best that they can, to make sure that they are upright for Nigeria and for the election. But I think, voter inducement is something that I said what the politicians have done is weaponizing poverty, and that is what, instead of government for the people and then using the resources of the government of Nigeria for the citizens, or for the state for the citizens, they loot the treasury. Many of them are looting the treasury. Some of the governors are doing great job, but some are not doing well.
Elsewhere in Ejigbo local government area, some voters raised concerns over an alleged vote-buying operation by a political party in the area. They claim to have alerted security operatives, but allege that the officers have been reluctant to investigate the matter. With more than 2 million voters registered, Osun State stands at a critical juncture as citizens decide who earns the keys to the government house.
We have 2 seasoned police officers in Ede. Gabriel Eliagu is in Ede, and the other person, Raymond Egbefre. In short, Raymond is the CP INEC in Abuja. Is the CP INEC in Abuja. That is why we sent him to Ede, because Ede is one of the volatile areas. So Raymond, who is the CP INEC, does not all the ethos of INEC. That's why we sent him there. So you can imagine, can that kind of person working with INEC compromise? Can he? And you know what we are doing? Everywhere is calm. Yes, Nigeria, normal election, there will be, bring back here and there. But the most important thing is that at the end of the day, it's going to be a free and fair, transparent and credible election that I can promise Nigeria.
How many people are in your custody right now?
We have about 100.
They're in your custody?
Yes, I can get 100 because, we have to, IG sent me to come and pacify and stabilize the states. So for the past 1 month, we've been going around picking them. Some people came from Ekiti, Ondo, you can name all sorts of ways, just to come and disrupt this election. So we have them, some of them in custody. That I can guarantee Nigerians.
Give us an understanding about the issue of vote buying. And we are hearing, we're seeing this happening. Can you give, what are you doing to ensure?
Have you recorded anyone?
Yes, and we have captured here, somewhere in Ejigbo.
The polling booth?
Yes. And money was seen.
I will confirm from the CP Ejigbo. Confirm who is the CP Ejigbo for me.
A lot has happened in Osun State, and I think one of the prominent factors that came out is the violence because of the political competition in the state. There is no need. At the end of the day, one leader will emerge. But what happens if citizens are killed in the manner that we saw in Osun State? Our own database at Beacon Security and Intelligence and Innovations Limited documented about 36 confirmed deaths, even though there are about 4 or 5 others that we couldn't confirm. And that is before the elections. We don't yet know what will happen during and then post the elections. So a lot our politicians need to learn to play by the book and respect and have tolerance for each other. That it is pointless when you deploy violence and your citizens are killed. At the end of the day, you are ruling over a divided state. The truth of it is whoever emerges as the victor in the Osun election, it would take him nothing less than 2 years to stabilize the state because of the level of division and violence that has occurred in the state. So that's a lot that like our politicians should learn. Instead of wasting those 2 years stabilizing the state, they can jump into governance and provide the dividends of democracy for their people. So respect the rules, play by the book, and ensure that you don't engage in any act of violence during or post the election.
The credibility of this poll will be determined or measured not just by the absence of violence, but whether the result that will eventually be announced at Osogbo will reflect what was recorded at the polling unit. In other words, Nigerians look forward to Osun State to, show to the rest of the world that the votes of every Osun voter will count. Devoid of intimidation, devoid of violence, and that whoever emerges from this process will truly reflect the will of the Osun people. The entire world is watching. So all the stakeholders involved in this process must be conscious of the verdict of history. If you're a Democrat, then you must not deploy violence or kill anyone because you want to access political power. So in other words, in Osun, what we are looking for at the end of the day is a reflection of genuine democracy. We don't want kill and go democracy. We don't want over-militarization of the process in such a way that a lot of people will be disenfranchised from exercising their civil rights.
The mood entirely is no rancor, everything is peaceful. Because we have been expecting it, this election. It's for our own good. You know what, at a federal level, what is that? So we want something in our own area too. Infrastructure, everything. I can't rate them 100%, but yeah, 99.9%, everything. No issues, nothing. And even the security people, and even cooperation, there's cooperation. That there won't be any cause for maybe election malpractices or anything. Because in this environment now, I haven't seen anything like a vote buying or anything.
In those circumstances where there's mass hunger and unemployment, you've made that voter vulnerable to persuasion with a loaf of bread or a meal even on the day of the elections. Because put yourself in their position. They say, what else will I get from this process? If the governance is not lifting the level of employment, is not lifting the level of wealth and comfort in the country, and is not depressing the level of poverty, those who are trapped by the governance systems in those conditions, you cannot blame them for cashing in their voucher, because the ballot sheet, the PVC, becomes a meal voucher to trade in. They only have that opportunity once in every 4 years. So they will be the ones who will roll up most enthusiastically. Because, as I said, the system, the governance level in the country has left them below the line. When you're below the line, I can't blame them for saying, okay, give me that PVC. I will show up on that day. If it's only that one meal that I'm going to enjoy, I will enjoy it. And damn the consequences.
everyone for staying with us. Right here is now time for us to unveil for you how the results are panning out. I'm being joined by Irad Anlis, Esrom Ajaya. Thank you so much indeed. It's been a long day, isn't it?
It has been a long day.
All right, let's take a look at what the figures are telling us. We've got the registered voters, 339,233. So far, what we've had on the ERA that have been processed as far as the result that have been pulled down from the from the IREF. But this is what the pattern is telling us right now. So in all of the 30 local government areas, what this pattern is telling us is simple, that the color code, as you find here, the Accord Party with the yellow and APC in the red. If you look at this pattern, Esrom, what does it tell you?
So this pattern tells us from the results that we have uploaded so far that the Accord Party is in the lead and that it's closely followed by the APC. It gives us percentages of votes that have been uploaded. But I think as you go down a bit, it also shows the margin of that lead. It gives an idea about the margin of the lead. Based
on the results
that have been uploaded onto IREV and what IRAD has extracted, as we know that there is a verification process before it then comes up to the dashboard.
So whatever you see in blank and in black are awaiting results. Exactly. But so far, the two political parties that are holding their grounds and in the lead in each of the local government areas are what you can see. Accord Party are the political parties that are holding the grounds in Ife Central, Ife East, Ife South, Ife North. From the understanding that you have along with that local government area, over 100,000 registered voters. You look at Oshogbo with over 100,000 voters, Ife East, Ife North, Ife South, Ife Central. The Ifes are huge and they give you over 100,000, closer to 200,000. Ede South, Ede North, together gives you over 100,000 too. And when you look at this figure, which one is giving you some kind of surprise so far?
It's interesting to just look at this and look at Ife Central. We see that Accord has covered Ife Central, Ife East, Ife South. Sensitivity in touching
that will soon come. Okay. So go ahead.
So you just look at that area and you see that the Accord Party is leading in the votes around that area. Then you look at Oshogbo, Ede, and all those places, and it's such a margin of lead to say that the Accord Party has covered all these places, especially with the results we have so far. We've not seen, obviously, we've seen Irewole, which is the local government of the APC candidate. That's in red, but it's just the results clearly show that at the moment the Accord is taking a majority of the lead in all the results that have been uploaded, even in areas that were contentious in the last elections, the off-cycle elections. Actually, in the last 12 cycle elections in the state, both in 2022 and in 2018. But to see that the results are showing some sort of consolidation for the Accord Party in these areas. But like we said, we still expect some more results. More results are expected to come in. Will that change the overall margin of lead? Will we see a shrinking or an increasing? The results will tell us as we upload more.
So far, we can tell you that the results, as we can tell you now, and we can bring to you, are the results so far that have arrived on the IRF and processed on the ERAD. Based on those results, as they land on the IRF, they're being processed on the ERAD, cleaned up, and so far, The number of registered voters has been captured by the result that has been uploaded is what you can see on the screen. Yes. And as soon as we're able to get a refreshed version of the result, we'll be able to give you more analysis and show you the patterns. So far, right now, it's getting a refresh. There's a lot of work that is going on in the back end, and has been populated. It's dragging down and giving a lot of difficulty to the platform. And a lot of people are also very interested and getting on ERA. But if you look at 2022 result, and you look at the Accord Party candidate, who was the PDP candidate at the time, won local governments like easily. One imagine Ede was in the bag for him, and they fought in Ife. But Osogbo was a place where he also won, but that was not a stronghold. It was it was a local government that APC would have elsewhere in the past. But it went into Adeleke at the time. But what were you thinking going into this election? If you had to look at the battleground local government areas, which one will be for you the battleground local government areas?
So we were looking at maybe Ilesha, Ijesha land area. So we're looking at Ilesha as
Ilesha West, Ilesha East, Oriade, Obokun. These areas are the Ijesha areas of Osun State. So for you, it's a battleground.
It's a battleground. It's a battleground because you have political heavyweights around this area, and this is quite contentious because in the last few days you had heard the political tensions and some of the comments from party chieftains around that area. So we expected that yes, that would be a battleground for it. Again, it's quite interesting to see that the results have not fully come up, but that we were observing that in Ilesha East, Accord was taking sway, but in Ilesha West, it was the APC. And it will be interesting to see when all the results are uploaded, if there is a change. I think once we get those results, it will be also interesting to see at the local government, by local government, the margin of lead, to see whether it's close in some or whether it's quite tight. That will give us a picture of where the real struggles are. But at the moment, we see that the incumbent governor seems to be having sway in all these things.
And earlier we showed the margin of lead so far based on the results. We are not able to announce the winner. We are not able to tell you who has won, but we can also project and show you what the pattern is telling us in terms of who is taking which local government as we speak. And of course, because of the heavy load that we are experiencing on the platform, there's a drag down which we are able to resolve just when we come back from this break. But thanks so much.
Thank you so much,
Yaya, for your time. I appreciate it. We'll give you more, and more results will have come in when we come back from this break. Stay with us, everyone. We'll be right back.
Our website, channelstv.com, has more information on our top stories and others. Subscribe and watch Channels Television's live stream on YouTube and other social media platforms using your mobile device browser. Or download the Channels TV app for Android and iOS devices from their respective stores. You can also watch us via your smart TV platforms on Apple TV, Android TV, Fire TV, and Roku. Channels Television, ubiquitous.
Know what's happening across Nigeria's various regions on Channels Television's Newsroom series. Every Monday, we bring you stories from the Southwest. And on Tuesday, the Northwest is our focus. We're in the South for midweek reports on Wednesday. And later in the week, the North Central takes center stage. The Southeast gets the spotlight on Fridays. And we close out the week with the Northeast on Saturday. Watch Newsroom Series, 3 p.m., Monday to Saturday, only on Channels Television.
Governor Ademola Adeleke arrives at polling unit 009, Ward 2, Abogunde Sagba in Ede North to perform his civic duty. His voting process hits a temporary snag following a technical glitch with the bimodal voter accreditation system, BVAS. The issue is eventually resolved, allowing him to then cast his ballot.
Authority information that there is one police officer that they brought to come and do an active job, the APC Osun, from Port Harcourt. His nickname London. He's here in Ede hiding. His own job is to come and destroy Ede and then avoid so that he can scare people, shooting so that they will not vote. So I'm calling the Inspector General of Police to take note. I'm calling all the security agencies to take note. They should redeploy him. We don't want him in Osun. We don't want violence in Osun. All we want is free and fair election so that people can perform their civic duty. That's one. And two, the pattern of voting should be from units to ward and to local government.
Much like the incumbent, the governorship candidate of the All Progressives Congress, Mr. Bola Oyebamiji, arrives at his polling unit alongside his spouse, Sekinat. Speaking shortly after voting, Mr. Oyebamiji expresses confidence in the process, praising INEC and security agencies for maintaining order.
I've just voted, and I can see that people troop out en masse here, and every process is going peacefully. The INEC are here, the voters are here, and the police are here, the security operatives are here, and so far, my assessment is that everything is going peacefully here in Irewole, especially this unit. Well, so far everything is going on well. The election is going peacefully. The INEC are doing their job. At the same time, the security people are tending to where the report so far is that there are one or two places where they want to cause trouble. The police are in charge.
Also performing his civic duty is the flag bearer of the African Democratic Congress, Mr. Najim Salam. While casting his vote, he raises concerns over the alleged exclusion of ADC party agents from gaining accreditation across several polling units.
The report of my agent being recognized in most of the wards across the state is worrisome and disturbing. All the agents in Ward 5 for ADC, they were not given tag. And it happened in 10 local governments across the state like this. So this process, I've reported to the authority and they are looking into it, because when they are counting the vote, it will be necessary for my agent to be recognized at the polling unit.
No fewer than 13 candidates are vying for the state's top seat in an election with over 2 million registered voters.
Much everyone for staying with us. So let's continue with looking at the result and how much of it we have now. I'm now being joined by yet another panel who are ERAD analysts. We have Professor Remi Ayede. Thanks so much, Prof. And our very own Larry Arogundade, who is equally an ERAD analyst. Thank you, gentlemen. This is what we're looking at. If you look at how the colors on the map are emerging, it gives you an understanding of what is going on at the moment, and allow you're the political scientist, you're equally a data analyst. For Prof, did you expect this kind of outing based on what happened in 2022? Can you juxtapose, can you extrapolate what you're seeing right now based on the strength of the political parties? Give us a sense of it.
I think there's a major difference between what happened in 2022 and now. We're not thinking that the gap between the two major parties will be this clear even at this moment. Because given the keenly contested election, we thought that for a while they will be going head to head. And it will take a while for us to begin to see the direction that the voting is going. But we see a very clear pattern now. And we see majority of the local governments going to Party A. This shows very clearly that contrary to our expectation of a keen contest, it seems that the pendulum is shifting in the direction of
I don't know
Party
why.
A.
Can we focus right here on the screen? Absolutely. So let's give our viewers a sense of what is going on right now. Ishokan, Irewole, Obokun. That is part of Ijeshaland, Ilesha West, Atakumosa West, and Olorunda, Borikpe, Boluaduro. These are areas that the APC is taking at the moment, based on the pattern that is emerging. Mr. Ogunade, what are your thoughts, and what were your thoughts based on what you see? Did you see this coming up?
Well, in a sense, we didn't actually envisage this. We were expecting a race that, to use the balance in some other place, will be too close to call. And but we're seeing, a big, spread. And this is interesting against the background of the fact that there have been some changes in the political landscape in the state. We are talking about 2022. Even before then, it used to be, PDP, APC. And now you have the candidate of the A party called moving to...
I don't know. Tony, can you focus? Yeah, let our viewers be able to see the screen other than, this is what everybody is interested in.
One of the things that has been said about this election is the fact that the candidate of Accord Party, the incumbent governor, moved from his traditional party to a new party. Not necessarily a new party in terms of existence, but for him it's a new party. So there were some analysis talking about the fact that the structures that used to be there for PDP, that it may not necessarily have it in accord. And but what we are seeing now, it will seem as if somehow, based on what we've seen so far, is been able to manage to have this spread, even with or without those structures. But you see, election in Osun State, remember, is always a tight race. First, what is clear from this is that we're now seeing a two-horse race. The gap may be more than we expected, but it is still
we thought that it was going to be a three-horse race.
Yeah, we thought it was going to be a three-horse.
We imagined now, that the ADC candidates in Ilesha,
because these are supposed to be there are some strongholds.
Absolutely.
But even those places have been shared between, you
can almost take it for granted that the APC candidates.
Yeah, exactly. That could be taken for granted.
The last time around, the APC had sway there.
And then that trend is, repeating itself.
Oshogbo again. Adeleke, because he was in PDP that time. But this time around, it's holding sway.
It's holding sway in Oshogbo, which is quite interesting because Oshogbo is, somebody, describes it in a very interesting language. It said places like Oshogbo, Elisha, Ife, they're like, the Kano of Osun State.
The KKK.
In terms of elections. Absolutely. And I was saying, why the Kano of Osun State, why not the Paracourt of Osun State? So sometimes when you look at those results, it gives some kind of interesting, thread. But what we could say clearly here now is that we're faced with the 2-horse race. So far, the projections are not going the way people had thought. But then, it's still a projection.
Prof.
In a sense, in the sense of Osun State, it's still early in the day.
So, Prof, did you, Ife Central, the 4 Ifes, Ife South, Ife North, Ife East, Ife Central, is all going in the color of Accord. Did you see this coming?
No, this is also very interesting. Ilau Orogun, for instance, was keenly contested.
Mm-hmm. That's where the former governor and the former leader of the APC is from.
Yes,
we're not expecting that to go that easily. And then you see the difference. Then you see the Ife local governments. It's interesting. Again, the dynamics of the political parties shows that there are areas where divisions within the APC has cost them some votes. Because one would have expected that at best, there will be a distribution that will be evenly spread among the 2 leading parties. But we have a situation where everything is a complete sweep. So it's a major change.
Mr. Ogunade, Ejigo. Ejigo is the home of the ADC candidate. Did you see that coming?
Well, no, I didn't see it. Well, in a sense, maybe, because some analysts have said that at the end of the day, ADC may just take some votes from the A party, takes some votes from APC, and they may not really, be there. That is what, we've seen. But one interesting thing I've seen in terms of the analysis of Ijesha land is the fact that Elisha West. Where is Elisha West? So you have Elisha East. It's
Elisha West
yellow,
going red.
then Elisha West, and so if you look at it in terms of block delivery of votes, you have like an entire Ife going the way of the A party, but not the entire Ijesha land. Those little margins could end up making
imagine that the DG of the APC is from this area.
It's from that Oriade local government. Do we have Oriade there already?
Oriade is turning
so again, yellow. That reinforces the point that Prof was making about the fact that sometimes there are local dynamics that affect the way elections go, because the DG was not always in APC. He had always been in PDP, and perhaps this is telling us about the fact that in that area the people feel dissatisfied with the fact that he has just come and then suddenly he has become a leader, whereas you have others. So one thing we're going to see at the end of this election is not just about the popularity of the political parties and the candidates, but all these local dynamics. Perhaps you had people who probably were carrying their placards, so use the word of Ezekiel of those days, in their hearts without saying it out. And sometimes in this area we talk about Orinumi or Rojumi or something like that. That kind of thing. So it's going to be something that Prof and other political science
is your young man that is or you're not room or you're no show.
Make sure the program is clear.
Your young man is standing, but in his mind is
well, I don't know about that.
That's a very old adage. But I mean, it goes with what you're saying, that politically speaking, people might show you different colors. And even in the, let us also let our viewers know that this is an emerging trend.
Yeah, it's a projection.
This is a pattern that is emerging based on the results so far that are being accessed and being able to be processed. So if you look at it, for example, Prof, you will see the number of voters, the PVC, based on the results that have hit the ERAD just yet. And so you can see the margin right here, 52% for the 4.9% APC, ABC 1.7% share of the votes that are coming. It's a huge gap. This is the vote between two. You know what happened in the general election? When they give you Kano, you expect Lagos. When they give you Oyo, you expect Port Harcourt. They give you Katsina, you give them. So it's happening that we might just be hoping because local government like Ayedade, Ayedire, Olaoluwa, they've not just come in yet, and some of the results in all of the local government are still dropping. Maybe any of these that turn yellow may turn red at some point, or the red may in fact turn yellow. But look, one thing that is very important, look at it, the margin, 44 to 52. Yes, you see the widespread of yellow all around. It tells you 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 local government compared to how widespread the yellow is on this.
And we're talking of 30 local government areas in the state, and a much bigger electoral map. If we compare with the Ekiti governorship election, for example, where we were looking at about less than 18 local governments, and so this is like close to double that, and it will be very, very interesting. The map would have been radically different at this point in time had the ADC candidate, for example, hold on to Ejibo. That could then be something, and then the other areas, become, quite areas of big, struggle. But it's really an interesting map that we're seeing emerging as far as this election is concerned.
Yeah, but significant local governments are still outstanding.
Exactly, you're right. So we need to emphasize that.
And when you go back to the number of of total votes that have come in, you find that we actually have been about
waiting results upload.
Absolutely.
647,300.
This looks like 60% of the results. So there's still a lot coming.
So we really have to be very, very sensitive in our analysis and in our projections, because we may then have some local governments that would then become maybe swing local governments.
Yes, so far 28%. If you have the votes that are yet to be uploaded, 660,865. So it tells you something that this is a significant, and that's why I said, take a look at this number, take a picture of it. For now, things might change, because so far the result we have on the portal being processed onto the ERAD platform is what is giving us this pattern. But it's going to be an imagined one in the evening, and more hours to come.
Yes, more hours to come. Maybe it also suggests that we don't have the result for 100% of each of the local governments.
Absolutely.
Yeah, some results are still coming in, and they might be significant in terms of changing these colors. And we continue to analyze them as we see them appear.
Absolutely. So I tell you something, Mr. Ogunade, since you are the one who touched on this, I'm going to get it back to you. You're talking about the Kano of Osogbo. It is the Kano of because he holds the largest voting block in the state, followed by the likes of Olorunda, the Ede, the Ife, yes, and the rest. So if you look at it, if history is repeating itself, Adeleke is making himself the king of Osogbo, politically speaking. Because if you won the last time around and you are also emerging as a winner in Osogbo, it tells you something that Adeleke might be as popular in Osogbo and creating a political
maybe as popular here as he
is doing in Ede. Because that's what he's looking at. If you have repeated
you see,
there pattern of win in the starting local government.
There were some suggestions that he might possibly not, win Osogbo, and people were talking about Osogbo. But what we are seeing now is holding on to Osogbo really means something very significantly. If this trend then continues, what it would then tell us is that for future elections, Osogbo would then be the parameter or the measure of the political gauge of the state. That if you take Osogbo, then it maybe because it's the state capital, and remember it's a commercial nerve center of the state. Almost all the ethnic nationalities or nationality groups are well represented in Osogbo. Maybe there's a way it's telling us about the way people in the states, perceive the political landscape, about what they think. But I think one other thing we could talk about looking at this map is the fact that we're really seeing some level of what we could call high political consciousness in the state. The fact, and we saw this when we went out in the morning, how voters came and people seem to have been convinced that this is the way we would go irrespective, of what happens. So for me, it's a quite interesting dynamics.
And I think it's very important to weigh the performance of a government by looking at the state capital. That's the seat of government. The presence of government must be very manifest for you to score that kind of result. But again, it's also said that when you look at in terms of public servants, the way they feel the workers, and some also calculate that they have their legs in different parts of the states as well. So it's so important to win the state capital. I remember when we're looking at the 2023 election, the debate around the Federal Capital Territory. So it would be a slap on the governor if he does not win Oshogo. In fact, it will tell a lot about what is likely to happen in these more distant areas from the state capital, where we are still awaiting results.
But again, one of the things that you need to look at politically and the popularity of the candidate, you look like at a Bola Oyebamiji. There are those who will say, in the little time that he emerged into limelight, politically speaking, and what is emerging to have become, compared to an Adeleke who is being a senator, a governor who is it tells you that it's actually a keenly contested race. And for the fact that the sitting government is the one that is battling the opportunity to be able to prove yourself. For example, there are those who say, why will Adeleke not have some inroad in Ife? Because just a few days ago, he commissioned a bridge, which they say is historical in that area. So whether or not it appeals to the mind of those who have not made up their mind, or those who are undecided, it goes a long way. So it tells you about Bola Oyebamiji, Ambo, the man called Ambo. As you are driving into Osun State from Ibadan, his community hits you.
Yes, of course,
and you see his billboard all over the place.
Exactly. But then, but it's also been around too. Well, in terms of the governorship, you might say it's a new entrant into the politics here. But don't forget, he was part of a previous government. He held a very strong, portfolio that has to do with finance, and you could see that background even in the course of the campaigns, the debates, and the rest of them. And like you rightly said, it's a very, strong, showing. Otherwise, by now, we would have been saying, oh, it's a done deal.
But on top of that, he also has the backing of many stalwarts in the APC. From the president, who is also associated with this state, then the former governor, who has also put his weight behind him. Then, of course, two governors actually. So
two former governors.
Two former governors. Yeah.
Two former governors.
Mm-hmm. So it's really
two former governors. In fact, I'm not sure.
Be looking at,
three former governors, one former deputy governor. So, Bisi Akonde, Olagunso Oyetola, the chief Bisi Akonde. Then Iyola Omishore, who is also a member
of the party. You're right, former national secretary.
And you have the national secretary of the party.
That's what I'm saying. That the outcome of this.
That's
what I'm saying. That the outcome of this election might really be another case study on political developments in Nigeria, because depending on the way it goes. Because if it goes the way of Oyebamiji, then we would say, oh, it's because you had these, big, stalwarts.
Gentlemen.
And then if it goes the other way too, it will be like, oh, the heavyweights. It becomes like a boxing tournament where you're talking of heavyweight, light heavyweight.
Very tight race.
Obviously, it's going to be a tight race.
Gentlemen, give me
because
a moment.
that is the tradition.
Give me a moment, gentlemen, because we need to go on a break. But when we return, gentlemen, there's so much more to talk about. The patterns are emerging. The outcome is also emerging. And we're looking at a race that is not determined just yet. Hold your breath, everyone, as we are doing right here, because as the results are popping in, we're going to be popping it on your screen, and you're going to get a sense of what these will become. We'll be right back, everyone.
The election have been peaceful this morning, and unfortunately, I've not been able to vote.
Why?
Well, the beavers couldn't recognize my face nor my hand, and I don't know the reason. Though my registration dated by 2011, so maybe over time, maybe the face has changed a little bit.
So what's the electoral officials, what are they saying?
Well, they tried all their possible best, and since the beavers can't recognize my hand or face, I was denied my precious right to vote.
So how do you feel about it?
Nothing special. It do happen, but at least the election has been peaceful all through. So I think they are rounding up, and they are trying to wait till the appointed time to start the country. The security agencies have performed their duty. They will have heavy presence of them, and their officers also do roving around, checking what is happening, and they have done well. I will give at least a pass mark. INEC, we have done well too. At least there's no issue, at least for this unit. For the percentage of beavers denying people is very low. I think about less than 20 of us have not been able to vote.
Our website, channelstv.com, has more information on our top stories and others. Subscribe and watch Channels Television's live stream on YouTube and other social media platforms using your mobile device browser. Or download the Channels TV app for Android and iOS devices from their respective stores. You can also watch us via your smart TV platforms on Apple TV, Android TV, Fire TV, and Roku. Channels Television, ubiquitous.
Early risers set the tone at Unit 7 Okioja in Osogbo, turning out as early as 7:20 a.m., while INEC officials set off their polling gear. Long lines stretch across the center with a priority lane dedicated to seniors, while voters double-check their names on the registry. By 8:30 a.m. sharp, voting officially kicks off at Salvation Army Middle Primary School in Alekuwodo, Osogbo, where the elderly lead the charge, casting their ballots first.
Everything is peaceful because we have been expecting it. This election it's for our own good.
It's peaceful, there's no problem. Everybody's going where he's supposed to go and vote. I'm here to vote now. And I've seen my name on the list listed. And I want to go and do my social responsibility by voting.
Election monitors on the ground describe the atmosphere as calm, voicing hope that the peaceful order holds throughout the day.
It's about seeing the power of the tomb, and how it determines who will govern the state for another 4 years. And absolutely, that's a festival for me. You can see that voting has started, and people are on the queue, and it's just, for now, going on very seamless.
You check your name, and then you come with your card PVC, and when you come with your card PVC, you give it to the presiding officer or the election official, who look at it and then check now if the information on that PVC is also on the beavers.
We have gone to at least 10 polling units. The process is going on well. There's a lot of enthusiasm among the voters, and they're ready and willing to exercise their democratic franchise. So I think that if this momentum is sustained, there won't be any problem in the electoral process.
Meanwhile, in Ilesha East Local Government Area, Unit 8, Ward 6, accreditation and voting run side by side without a hitch. However, over at polling unit 013 in Ejigbo local government area, tension bubbles up. Party agents demand the physical count of all ballot papers before voting starts, but electoral officials push back, warning that the standoff could derail the schedule. Elsewhere in Ejigbo local government area, some voters raised concerns over an alleged vote-buying operation by political party in the area. They claim to have alerted security operatives, but allege that the officers have been reluctant to investigate the matter.
Before the election, you know that they arrested some people who were in police uniform that were not police themselves. And so, but we are asking the DIG election and the CP election, all of them to check Modakoke immediately, because if that thing is real, then it's going to, we don't know what is happening. But the commitment we got from the police, is that they are going to do the best that they can, to make sure that they are upright for Nigeria and for the election.
With more than 2 million voters registered, Osun State stands at a critical juncture as citizens decide who earns the keys to the government house.
We have 2 seasoned police officers in Ede. Gabriel Eliagu is in Ede, and the other person, Raymond Egbepre. In short, Raymond is the CP INEC in Abuja. He is the CP INEC in Abuja. That is why we sent him to Ede, because Ede is one of the volatile areas. So Raymond, who is the CP INEC, does not all the ethos of INEC. That's why we sent him there. So you can imagine, can that kind of person working with INEC compromise? Can he? And you know what we are doing? Everywhere is calm. Yes, Nigeria in normal election they will do, big bat here and there. But the most important thing is that at the end of the day, it's going to be a free and fair, transparent and credible election that I can promise Nigeria.
How many people are in your custody right now?
We have about 100.
That are in your custody?
Yes, I can get 100 because we have to. IG sent me to come and pacify and stabilize the states. So for the past 1 month, we've been going around picking them. Some people came from Ekiti, Ondo. You can name all sorts of ways just to come and disrupt this election. So we have them, some of them in custody. That I can guarantee Nigerians.
Give us an understanding about the issue of vote buying. And we are hearing, we're seeing this happening. Can you give, what are you doing to ensure?
Have you recorded anyone?
Yes, and we have captured here, somewhere in Ejigbo.
The polling booth?
Yes. And money was seen.
I will confirm from the CP Ejigbo. Confirm who is the CP Ejigbo for me.
afternoon. This is a Juba local government area, polling unit 13, Ward 4. And as you can see just right behind me, it's just about past 12:16 p.m. and voting has stopped in this area. We do know that violence erupted a few minutes ago due to an alleged vote buying material that a youth discovered and showed to the press. Certain persons who allegedly these materials belong to, they came back here and whisked him away, and also, caused some violence and left residents and INEC staff as well, INEC ad hoc staff as well as other residents here and voters to scamper for safety. We do know that voting has stopped here as at this time of filing this report, but we'll keep tabs. But quite noteworthy is that this is also the polling unit of the ADC candidate for the Osun State Governorship election. Well, we'll keep eyes out for this particular polling unit and we'll record developments as it unfolds.
In those circumstances where there's mass hunger and unemployment, you've made that voter vulnerable to persuasion with a loaf of bread or a meal even on the day of the elections. Because put yourself in their position. They say, what else will I get from this process? If the governance is not lifting the level of employment, is not lifting the level of wealth and comfort in the country, and is not depressing the level of poverty, those who are trapped by the governance systems in those conditions, you cannot blame them for cashing in their voucher, because the ballot sheet, the PVC, becomes a meal voucher to trade in. They only have that opportunity once in every 4 years. So they will be the ones who will roll up most enthusiastically. Because, as I said, the system, the governance level in the country has left them below the line. When you're below the line, I can't blame
mechanism and the system on the dashboard for you. Professor Ayere and Mr. Arogunade, both of them have been speaking and analyzing the figures as we see. The last time around, the APC won in Oyetola, won most part of Ife, and what you're saying is that those areas now are looking yellow. But so far, this gives you an understanding. For example, in Osogbo, so far the result, this is not the entire result that we're expecting. They're still coming in. They're not totally in. So if you look at the PVC collected and the accredited votes are 63,000, the total votes cast is 62,000. But 31,000 are the results that have been calculated on the ERAD so far in Osogbo, and you can see the margin is still it's about give or take 4,000.
That's like 4,000.
And that is very, very dicey, isn't it?
Yeah, quite dicey. And that's why we keep saying that we're just looking at this. We're being very, very tentative in our projections. But we're just analyzing what we are seeing, the trend that is telling us. And what we're going to be looking at in the coming period is whether this trend will be sustained. Because if it is sustained, then it may point in the direction of what the outcome might be. I think for now, what we can say we have here in terms of these results so far are just like outputs. The outcome will then be who eventually wins this election. Which the outcome, which would also speak to the very, very dynamic nature of the politics in this state, in terms of the personalities, in terms of what the people feel, what the people think, and so far interesting. But like we keep saying, what we've seen now, what would likely not change, or what might not change, is the fact that this is a two-horse race.
Fantastic. So, and the character of the state remains the same. In 2022, it was PDP and APC. In 2026, is Party A and APC. So, and we see these dynamics demonstrating very clearly that this state is a swing state. And at any point in time, it could move from one party to the other. And always, there are two dominant parties. And that's very contrary to our original expectation of a three-horse race. But as it has turned out, it's a two-horse race, and that remains the character of Osun State.
Again, I showed you what the number of votes that have come in, the margin, about 4,000 that were seen between the two parties in Osogbo. Let's take a look at Olorunda. Olorunda is red at the moment. But look at the margin, 21,000 to 19,000. You see also that based on what is coming so far, none of the political parties can rejoice just yet. Don't dance just yet.
No, exactly.
Don't sing just yet.
I could just imagine.
Don't celebrate just yet. Just hold on and await the entire result to coming. And when INEC announces the result, because for example in Olorunda, a lot can be expected. This is 100,000 votes. That is what
collected. That's a battle for 100,000 votes. And here we have 21,000. We have 10,000. So that gives us about 31,000. If we add this, it's still about 31,500, which means we're still looking at about.
Pay attention to the total vote. Look at the total vote.
So that means the outing here is very poor.
Sorry, that's why the outing is very poor.
Less than 50%.
Because it's less than 50%. But then, so we don't have this, and we're still looking at about how many votes now? Like 5,000, 4,000 that would come in. That men may change this, picture really.
Between them, now it's about 3,000 votes.
Yes, about 3,000 votes.
So if you are expecting out of 43,000 votes, of course, we see ADC taking 552. That means if you put 19,000 and 21,000 together, you are nearing just about a few hundred. This may almost be done.
Yeah, sure. We also need to make this point, and that's the fact that to win a governorship election, you have to win majority of the votes, which you can call the popular vote.
That's right.
And then spread across 2/3 of the local governments. It would seem that for this election, you are likely to have these two parties fulfilling that requirement, and then what would then determine the winner would be who then has the
popular vote.
The popular vote.
Absolutely. And remember, in 2022. The difference was just 24,000.
24,000. And
I can almost tell you that APC may have taken Olorunda, because if there are total votes cast of 43,000, between both of them is about 41,000.
Yeah, absolutely.
It tells you a big story, and the story is that give and take, less about 1,000 votes are in contention or not yet determined, or we don't know where those votes are. But in the immediate, what we can tell you is that Olorunda, Osogbo, the number of votes that will eventually determine those are almost taken for granted that Accord Party may have taken Osogbo, while Olorunda may have been taken by the APC. It goes back to what I said earlier, that Adeleke may have enthroned himself as the political king of there is a monarch in Osogbo.
Okay, I was going to ask you why not a political prince? In any case, it's Adeleke.
When you win once, you're a prince. When you win twice, you
consolidate.
You become princes.
Of principality. So in that area, he has shown, and don't forget, this was a local government that APC had a sitting senator, the national secretary.
Right.
What has changed over the years? What really happened to the APC's fortune in Osogbo? But one thing is certain, APC is holding sway in some of its strongholds. and is not giving away some of where he has elsewhere. Gentlemen, let me allow you to go this evening because I need to bring another round of Iran analysts. But Professor Hayden, thank you so much. It's good to have you. And Larry, thank you very much. Thank you very much. We're going to break, everyone, but when we come back, I'll bring you fresh faces, and we'll continue to look at the patterns and how the results are emerging. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
It's election day in Osun State, and we are at the CSC Grammar School, Araromi, here in Osogbo town, where electoral materials are being distributed to polling officers. And from here, they're expected to proceed to their various polling units located within Osogbo town. As you can see behind me, the ad hoc staff, who are majorly core members, have taken possession of their items. And from here, they will move to their various polling units. Now, I understand that each team is made up of a polling officer, a polling assistant officer, and, it's a team, and they're expected to discharge their responsibilities. They have boxes that are meant to serve as ballot boxes. They have bags with them. They also have reflective jackets. These are equipment or items that are necessary for them to operate effectively. You can also see just here, there are security personnel that have been detailed already. They are to proceed alongside with the polling officers to provide enough security for the election exercise. And from here now, they will be going. They are ready to deliver the election for today. So we will be monitoring, and we will bring you everything you need to know. From here, of course, the exercise continues at the polling units. I am Emperor Simon, Channels Television News.
It's the D-Day of the Osun State governorship election, and after 3 months of intensive campaign by political parties, today voters will decide their fate as they cast their ballots at the polling booths to choose who will lead them in the next 4 years. I'm at Unit 4 Ward 5 in Okefia in Osogbo, local government area of Osun State, and behind me, security operatives. This is a polling unit, and security operatives are already on ground with election officials and electoral materials to ensure that this election starts by 8:30 according to electoral laws. We can recall that INEC told me yesterday that they will be at the polling units early enough waiting for voters, and I think they're keeping to their words. And if you can see by my right hand side here, the election officials are already pasting the names of voters on the wall, preparing to commence this election this morning. We're on ground to bring you up to speed with everything happening around this election across the 30 local government areas of Osun State. It's back to you in Lagos.
Because of this thing, I'm not happy at all. I'm not happy. Because of this thing, I'm come to every court to come and vote here. Have you seen? Everything is scattered. It's not good at all. I'm not happy. I'm not happy. I take my flight to come and to come and vote for my candidate. Have you seen? It's zero.
Thank you so much, everyone, for staying with us on Channels Television. We are in partnership with Yaga Africa, bringing to you ERAP 2.0, where we are making sense of the figures of the election, the outcome of the election, and the pattern in which we're getting as far as the result is concerned. I'm now being joined by a fresh new set of ERAD analysts. Ezenwa Nwagu, thank you so much indeed for joining us.
Thank you so much
This night. And Cynthia Mbamalu, thank you so much indeed. I appreciate it. We can then let you know that about 444 results are yet to hit the IREF from the different polling units. 444 results are yet to hit the IREF. And don't forget that it's a result on the IREF that we process on the ERAD, clean it up, and we process it on the ERAD. And don't let me also forget to tell you that in the last few minutes, the uploads are being at 3,292, and we've also have results based on the IRF coming on the ERAD, not entirely completed. So I see a situation where some of the outcome might be determined in the very last minute, because the race is very, very, very tight. Ezenwa, let me first start with you.
I thought we would have done ladies first.
The ladies, yeah. I'm moving from my left to my right. So, Ezenwa, let me begin with you. This expectation, we have come analyze the conduct, but we are looking at the pattern of the outcome now. What were your initial thinking? How this race was going to look like? What did you thought for in the first place? Maybe earlier this morning or yesterday?
Well, to be honest with you, I'm more interested in how the patterns flow in terms of the conduct. The reflection for me results comes when it comes. I don't put my mind on results. But looking at what is playing right now, we knew that it was going to be neck to neck. In fact, there are even fears that we could go into a longer haul like we had in 2018, but from what I'm seeing, that may not be so. It may come on the first call.
Well, Cynthia, do you have the same belief, the same opinion as to your expectations?
Well, I think for me, I mean, the numbers, like you said, we were expecting it to be a close contest. I mean, if you look at the candidates and their strongholds and what the numbers have told us already, you can see that it's almost similar pattern with 2022 and 2018. In fact, interestingly, 2022, you had some local governments where the difference in vote between the then PDP, which the candidate now is Accord, and the APC were less than 500, and so we're not surprised to see this pattern. I think the only major difference would be that Osun West, that senatorial district, is a lot more, the contention is high, so there's more split votes there, and so there's a lot more focus in the other senatorial district, because for the candidates, what they're looking for is to secure the highest number of votes and then to get the spread. If you remember in 2022, you had almost a split. You didn't have a 15-15 or a 20-20, you know. You had the All Progressive Congress even winning in about 12 of the 30 local government areas, which made it quite close. And so the major difference between 2022 and 2026 is the fact that what we're seeing now is beyond just two contenders. You have the factors playing out. One, with the candidates from where the support bases that have shifted, and then the new players that came into the context. But we expected it to be a close call. We expected it to be close. Two horse race. But we're hoping that we don't get to 2018 scenario. If you remember, in 2018, the difference was barely 420 something votes, which was what led us to an inconclusive elections, because the difference in vote was too close and the margin of lead principle had to be implemented. And so this time around, what we're expecting is a clean, a margin that is clear enough to determine a final outcome at first ballot.
So this margin, as far as, and this is not a total margin, this is not the end margin, because the results are about 444 results, and that is a lot, considering what we are seeing so far in the last few minutes of the night. 52% of the vote is being taken by Ademola Adeleke of the Accord Party, while 44.8% is being taken by Bola Oyebamiji of the APC, based on the results so far that have come on the ERAD. But let's take a look at the fact that, yes, these results are not yet in. And again, we look at Oshogbo, Olorunda, and how they have won so far. I'm almost calling Olorunda, because at the end of the day, you look at the number of votes, it's just less than 1,000. And it's about 4,000 margin between them. Same thing with Oshogbo, almost taken. But one local government that's going to be very, very consequential is, Elisha West. If you go to Elisha West, to let us know what exactly are the margins that you can expect from both. So you look at it, APC 9,973, and you can see Accord Party 9,717. If you look at the accredited voters, 20,000, and total vote cast 21,000. You see that the remaining votes that is left to be accounted for is less than 1,000 too.
Yes, so which is why we always say that for this local government, it can actually swing either way. If you look at the pattern from 2018 and 2022, if there was a switch. And so for this particular local government, the expectation is that you may have, the expectation is for the APC to actually take this local government, because that is also one of their strongholds. In 2022, that was also one of the strongholds for the All Progressive Congress. However, like you said, the numbers are still coming in, we're still counting, and so whatever the final figures are, it could change what the margins are. Even though I'm a bit worried with the accredited figure and total vote cast that we see here. So I'm hoping as the numbers come, it balances out, because that discrepancy can be a challenge. Lead to cancellation at what level? Absolutely. Remember that this is IREB focuses on polling unit level results. Now, at what level? There are some actions that could be taken, like if there are instances of overvoting, cancellation could lead to a change in the final outcome, which is why, as I saw these figures, my mind went straight to coalition. What is happening at coalition level? Are they accounting for this discrepancy, or will they be taking a decision that requires completing the Form EC40G?
This pattern across these border local governments were taken by Adeleke the last time around.
Yes.
And he's retaining them
based
on what we see
currently.
Olaoluwa, Ayedade, these are local governments. Ayedade, it took Adeleke.
Yes.
But
the difference is both of less than 500.
The play in Olorunda is what I still have not been able to wrap my head around. How is it that the lead is that very small? What could be accounting for that? What? Because I thought that the leading party there would have swept the Olorunda, which also has very, very huge votes.
Yeah, it's about the interest. So both is a strong vote for both the Accord, the APC, and even ADC factor because of Arebashola influence. And so because of that, when the competition is fierce and there are strongholds already existing, it splits the vote.
But it didn't look like the ADC folks were doing any strong.
Well, you know, usually, I mean, as the pattern normally in the elections, even for Osun, you always have two major contenders.
It's always a two-horse race.
It's always a two-horse race. In 2022, the two leading parties had the highest, and then the others were sharing about less than, barely 10% of the vote, the other parties. And so the expectation also is that it would be a two-horse race. We're expecting more for the candidates of the ADC because of the influence of the former governor,
minister,
and then also, but
Adeleke had 50.14% of the vote. He led with less than 30,000 votes.
Yes, and then what's his name? Oyetola had about 46% of the vote. So if you think about that, the difference is always a two-horse, very closely contested, and the other contenders, what they do normally is split the vote. So usually the vote that would have gone to either, they split that and then they change the character of the swing local government area.
But what I'm wondering, and perhaps some of the things that a lot of people who are watching closely will wonder is how the pattern has changed. What Adeleke has done, or what Bolo Oyebamiji has done to be able to end the swing in some areas where they have changed the pattern from 2022 and 2026. Because imagine, as an incumbent, if you are gaining a local government, you must have done something. As an opposition, if you are gaining a local government, there must be something that you have said that resonated. And that tells us something about the IFES.
Yes.
And you look at what happened the last time around, the APC had a firm footing. You imagine that an Omishore factor was very,
should have been more prominent.
Yes, I mean, he is from Ife.
Yes.
And you would imagine maybe it's the presence of Omishore that made, that gave APC inroad in winning most of the votes that they had. But what has changed?
So it's expected. The time you were referring to, Omishore was not very clear about support for, in spite of the challenges that he had in the primaries, it looks as if there's a rebound. He came back and he's been giving support to the APC. That could be also instrumental to why you have the figures you're having from the IFES.
Yeah, there's also the privilege of the incumbents. So, we always say, as an incumbent governor, there is a privilege that comes with that position, and so it gives you access to conduct or carry out some specific activities in those local governments that gives you the sway. And I think in the past 1 year, actually, there's been a lot of strategic thinking in how infrastructural development has a pattern in the state, and it's almost like, okay, where did I perform poorly, or where was I not as strong in the last election? How do I sway the votes? And so it's not surprising I'm seeing these numbers. Like you said, this is not final yet, and so I'm not surprised. It's not surprising to see this because you have that level of engagement. Also think about the fact that you have tertiary institutions. A lot of tertiary institutions located within this region, within this area, and there's a lot of sentiment by younger people for these candidates, so they could also be that factor.
Cynthia, is it not possible that the young people may have also traveled? Their parents may have pulled them out, so it's also because these young people in the morning you were calling attention to what youth voters and the rest of them. But the big issue here is that there is a dominant political personality in that environment that will swing votes whichever way. And it looks like that person has stepped in.
Well, you'd be surprised at the level of youth support here, and the fact that there's been his nephew has been on Twitter campaigning and raising a lot of sentiments. And you think about I'm not talking of just the federal university. You also have other universities that have more indices.
That will resonate with urban youth.
But you'd be surprised the kind of interest that is in that level, because ordinarily, I was expecting this to be closer than it is right now.
Yeah.
But if he's making this inroad here, then I think there is something
that is significant. And I do not want anybody to go to bed and wake up in the morning and see that there's a dramatic change. This is surmountable.
Yes.
Absolutely.
And
this can change in the next 1 hour.
It can change in the next
when
hour.
400 results that are yet to be turned in come into the bag, this map can have a dramatic change. And that is why you need to keep your gaze right here, because...
Ira does not call results. Let's be very clear about that.
The stories behind it.
Absolutely. No, the point I'm making is that the pattern is changing. You can be able to follow another point in time when INEC make the final announcement, which may not be tonight. It will be sometimes later, early in the morning tomorrow. But you can get a sense of how this is flowing. But I must sincerely thank both of you, Cynthia and Bamalu, and Isewawagu, for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
We are due to go. It's been one. We're being due for the news at 10 right here on Channels Television. But don't forget, we have our eyes on what is going on at INEC, where the result is going to be collated. But of course, we're keeping track of the result and ensuring transparency. We're seeing Bolo Yebamiji giving Adeleke a run for his money. He's the incumbent governor. Will he be able to retain it? Will Oyebamiji be able to surmount this difference that we are seeing tonight? It's just a few minutes that will tell. When those results finally hit the IREF border, and we process it for you, and at the end of the day, IREF announces it. Don't go away. Stay on Channels Television. At the top of the hour, news at 10, we'll be bringing you all the updates that you need to know in this Osun governorship election. Thanks so much, everyone, for watching. I'll see you next time. Bye-bye.
Our website, channelstv.com, has more information on our top stories and others. Subscribe and watch Channels Television's live stream on YouTube and other social media platforms using your mobile device browser. Or download the Channels TV app for Android and iOS devices from their respective stores. You can also watch us via your smart TV platforms on Apple TV, Android TV, Fire TV, and Roku. Channels Television, ubiquitous.
Our wildlife is world famous. It drives our growing tourism industry, but it's increasingly under threat.
Welcome to Wild Africa,
a new TV series taking you behind the scenes, bringing you up to speed, meeting wildlife champions, fighting to protect our heritage and our future. Wild Africa, showing on Channels Television.
To the glory of God and humanity, I declare today's exhibition theme Illuminate open.
Illumin Art, a group exhibition at the National Gallery of Art, Lagos, features a vibrant group of contemporary artists showcasing their latest collections.
We're looking at bringing the artists into the limelight. That's why it's called Illuminate. We are illuminating art through these artists. See, artists, many times they are just not appreciated because you see them in a way, they think they behave in a way that they cannot do something good, cannot do something that can express pure mind. But through the works that are displayed here today, you see the purest of the mind of artists.
This exhibition features a diverse range of pieces which explore the intersection of light, color, and social themes.
It's all about lighting up the world with the work of art. And my medium here is fabrics. I use Ankara fabrics to create my art, in the sense that in order to improvise from the normal oil color painting and all that, I make use of material fabric, the Ankaras, cut them into pieces to create a masterpiece, to show another life for the fabrics. The fabrics is not meant to be put as a wear. Can also use it to